Chapter 2155. One instant. In the eyes of the ancient Buddhist practitioners, one instant was a thought, 20 thoughts were a moment, and 20 moments were a snap of the fingers. Jun Huan claimed that the Tao of the moment was the most outstanding swordsmanship, which was a description of the speed of her swordsmanship, which had reached an astonishing level. As for Lin Sun, his forbidden passing could make the order of time stagnate for a moment. For Emperor Realm practitioners, a moment was enough for them to do a lot of things. For example, deciding life and death. When Yi heard Lin Sun's words, he said subconsciously, "If I have a chance, I can kill the old man at the 5th level of the Emperor Realm. But it's hard to kill the other old man at the same time." That's enough. Lin Sun's dark eyes were clear. Kill one first, and the other one will be easy, right? You couldn't help but wonder where Lin Sun's confidence came from. Yi, listen to me. You only need to listen to my moves. Lin Sun didn't explain the secret of the forbidden passing. It was hard to explain. After all, it involved the power of the law of time. No one would be able to explain the mysteries within. Okay, Yi agreed without hesitation. Now let's meet these two old dogs. Lin Sun and Yi stopped at the same time. The starry sky was vast, and the dark world was nowhere to be seen. It looked desolate and empty. Evil creature, why don't you run away? Boom! In the chaos of the void, two divine rainbows broke through the air and turned into the gray-robed man and the well-dressed old man. The gray-robed man was a terrifying existence at the 5th level of the Emperor Realm. He glanced at Lin Sun coldly, and then his eyes fell on the sword spirit Yi. In an instant, his eyes became hot. He remembered that not long ago, the ice-devouring sword emperor of the Qingkan Taoism court was sent out for this mysterious sword spirit. Now that he saw it, he couldn't help but feel a strong desire for it. "He's mine," the well-dressed old man suddenly said. His eyes were dark as he stared at Yi. "Let's see who can get it." The gray-robed man didn't give in. As soon as they arrived, they regarded Yi as prey and directly ignored Lin Sun in their conversation. But Lin Sun sighed and said, "You two should not be unknown people, but you are willing to be dogs. If so, it's not a big deal. After all, it's your business whether to be dogs or not. But how stupid you are to come here to die." The gray-robed man and the well-dressed old man were both stunned. With their status, they could make the heavens tremble 3 times with a stomp of their feet. No matter where they went, they would definitely receive incomparable respect and adoration. Who would have thought that a junior would dare to call them two old dogs in front of them? Their faces instantly darkened. The remnants of minuscule mountain have already left, and the woman beside you has been restrained by Lord Star Scatterer. I believe it won't be long before she is killed. I'm really curious. Who gave you the courage to be so arrogant when death is at hand? The gray-robed man's voice was cold. Or do you think that this sword spirit can protect you and allow you to do whatever you want? This was not nonsense. It was a cautious gesture. After all, Lin Sun's identity was not simple. Who dared to forget how terrifying his senior brothers and sisters were? Who dared to forget how the ice-devouring sword emperor died? If it were other quasi-emperors, the gray-robed man wouldn't even bother to talk nonsense and would directly take action. But Lin Sun was different. "Old dog, you have scruples." Lin Sun laughed sarcastically. "Otherwise, why do you talk so much nonsense?" "That's true." Yi nodded. The gray-robed man looked at the well-dressed old man with a gloomy face. The next moment, the two took action at the same time, and their goal was surprisingly the same. Not Yi, but Lin Sun. This seemed incredible and even absurd, but those who really knew Lin Sun's past experience would understand that it was the wisest choice to do so. For them, Lin Sun, who seemed to be easily ignored like an ant, was actually not simple. In that game of chess, it was because of his appearance that a group of descendants of Mountain of Mind and Heart were drawn out, and because of the Buzhou Mountain in his hand, he helped the Dozhan Emperor defeat the nameless Supreme Emperor in one fell swoop. And by his side, he was accompanied by the sword spirit and the mysterious woman. How could he be an insignificant character? To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. For the gray-robed man and the old man. Although Lin Sun was weak, if they could capture him, this hunt would be half a success. Boom! The starry sky trembled, and the nearby stars shook violently. If it were an ordinary quasi-emperor, they would have long been scared out of their wits and could only sit and wait for death without any possibility of struggling. But Lin Sun was different. The moment the gray-robed man and the old man made their move, Yi, who had been waiting for a long time, received Lin Sun's order and rushed out at once. The gray-robed man and the old man didn't feel strange about this, nor did they care. It was just a sword spirit. How could it stop them from killing a quasi-emperor? It was also at this moment. A brilliant and magnificent light swept out from Lin Sun's body. Time froze at this moment. Everything between heaven and earth, including the stars in the sky, seemed to stop at this moment. It was also at this moment that a ray of sword chi slashed out. The sword chi contained all of Ye's power, and it illuminated the starry sky. Puff! By the time the gray-robed man reacted, the sword chi had already torn apart the defensive power around his body and split him into two. The terrifying power of Sword Tao was released, and his spirit was crushed as easily as crushing dry weeds. There was no scream, no struggle. An old monster at the 5th level of the Emperor realm was killed with a single strike. His body and spirit were completely destroyed. Everything happened in that moment of stagnation. The old man in the luxurious robe was so shocked that his scalp almost exploded. As if he had received a great shock, he quickly retreated far away. Even Yi was taken aback at this moment. If it was a head-on battle, it would be difficult for him to shake a 5th-level Emperor Realm cultivator with his current strength. But now, he had killed the gray-robed man with a single strike. It was hard for him to believe. It was also at this moment that he finally realized how shocking Lin Sun's so-called moment of opportunity was. How is this possible? The old man in the luxurious robe cried out in shock and anger. He couldn't imagine how such a strange and terrible thing could happen. It simply subverted all his knowledge. His heart trembled, his face was full of shock, and his hands and feet were cold. If he had died in a head-on battle, it would not have shocked him so much. What he was really afraid of was that he didn't see clearly how the gray-robed man died, and the unknown often meant fear. Yi, kill him, Lin Sun suddenly said. Whoosh! Yi was confident that he could defeat an opponent at the 4th level of the Emperor realm. In the starry sky, the sword chi rushed up ferociously. At this moment, Yi was like a peerless sword emperor rampaging through the void. The old man's first reaction was to escape. The death of the gray-robed man gave him such a great shock that he had to worry that he would suddenly die. Whoosh! He seemed to be extremely crazy, and he ran desperately. Yi chased after him and didn't intend to let him go. Wu Quebec at the same time, Lin Sun took out the insignificant bow. I need your help. Okay. Wu Kei, who had been silent in the insignificant bow these years, showed his figure at the first time and turned into a gray-haired young man with a fierce aura. The next moment, Wu Kei pulled up the insignificant bow, took a deep breath, and a terrible wave of power spread from his body. The bow formed by the skeletons also produced the sound of wind and thunder, and the surging ferocious aura covered the entire starry sky. At this moment, Wu Kei was obviously different from before. He was like an arrow god, standing in the starry sky, exuding a fierce momentum that made the stars tremble. As he pulled the blood-red bowstring, the airflow in the nearby void seemed to be sucked out, and suddenly collapsed and roared. Lin Sun, standing on one side, felt a stabbing pain in his eyes, and his mind was shaken. Bang! When the arrow swept out, Lin Sun couldn't open his eyes. It was too gorgeous and dazzling, and the power it contained was too terrible and fierce. In the distance, Yi, who was chasing, stiffened all over and couldn't help looking back. He saw an illusory arrow, tearing the starry sky and bursting out at an exaggerated speed. Along the way, the stars exploded like paper paste. Bang! Farther away, the old man in luxurious clothes, who was fleeing, let out a shrill scream, and then his body was penetrated by the blazing arrow rainbow and burst into pieces. A scarlet rain of blood spread out. A completely straight rift that was over 100 kilometers long had appeared in this expanse of the starry sky. No matter if it was the stars or meteors in the vicinity of the rift, all of them were crushed into powder, causing dust to suffuse the air, and sharp howls still reverberated through the surroundings. And this was the destruction caused by Wu Kei's arrow. An arrow crossed the starry sky and killed a fourth-level Emperor Realm cultivator from tens of thousands of meters away. That shocking scene caused you to stare blankly. Lin Sun didn't expect Wu Kei to make a move, and when he saw Wu Kei make a move, he didn't expect that the arrow could produce much power. In his opinion, as long as the old man in luxurious clothes could be stopped from escaping, it was enough. But Wu Kei's performance completely subverted his psychological expectations. That earth-shattering arrow also made Lin Sun gasp involuntarily. His mind was filled with shock. He really didn't expect Wu Kei to become so ferocious after so many years of silence. It should be known that when Wu Kei was in Sunset Tang Valley, he was only able to kill quasi-emperors when he was heavily injured. But now, he killed an emperor with a single arrow, and he killed an old man who had stepped into the fourth level of the Emperor Realm. The Tao of archery is to gather all the power of one's entire life into one arrow. The core profundity can be summed up in 4 words, and that is to kill with one shot. Chapter 2156. Wu Kei's attack was like an unexpected surprise. "Have you recovered from your injury?" asked Lin Sun. "It's impossible to recover so fast." Wu Kei's fierce aura had long been restrained. At this moment, he was like a wild boy with a bright smile. He touched his chin and thought for a moment. "I've almost recovered to 30% of my peak strength." Lin Sun's eyes flickered. 30% of his strength killed a fourth-level Emperor Realm with one arrow? How powerful was Wu Kei in his heyday? Lin Sun looked at Leaf, the sword spirit, who was rushing from afar, and thought of the terrifying figure that was still lurking in the depths of the broken sword mountain. Lin Sun suddenly found that he seemed to be the weakest one, which was really a sad thing. Wu Kei suddenly said, "Young master, I might not be able to wake up for a long time, unless what?" asked Lin Sun. Wu Kei seemed to be embarrassed to say it. He coughed and said, "Well, little master, I've refined a lot of treasures over the years to barely recover some of my strength." Before Wu Kei finished, Lin Sun understood and said, "Emperor treasures?" Wu Kei nodded and added, "The more the better." Lin Sun's lips twitched imperceptibly. He said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely collect more emperor treasures in the future." Wu Kei seemed to be a little embarrassed. He said, "Little master, as you can see just now, although I swallowed some emperor treasures, I also recovered some of my strength. For example, killing that old thing just now was as easy as blowing off dust." Leaf suddenly said, "The blow just now seems to have drained all your strength. It's not as easy as blowing off dust." Wu Kei's smile froze. He stared at Leaf faintly and said, "Little master, if you let me swallow this little sword spirit, my seriously damaged strength will be completely restored in less than a day." Leaf said calmly, "I'm different from you. I don't need to refine the essence of emperor treasures to repair myself. And I'm sure that although you're a spirit like me, your cultivation at your peak can't be higher than mine." After a pause, he calmly said, "In comparison, your idea of devouring me is no different from a toad wanting to eat swan meat. You're dreaming and overestimating yourself." His words were so fierce and direct, like his sword Tao, and it caused Wu Kei to be astounded. He said in surprise, "Little master, this little sword spirit is very sharp." Yezi corrected him, "I'm Yezi, not little sword spirit." Seeing that the two of them were at loggerheads with each other, Lin Sun hurriedly stopped them and pulled them apart. Otherwise, they would have to fight. "Little sword spirit, I might have a taste of you the next time we meet." Finally, Wu Kei smiled and said this. Then he returned to the insignificant bow and fell into silence again. This guy, he thought about it and commented, "You're asking for a beating." The smell of gunpowder was intense. Lin Sun couldn't help laughing and said, "Let's go." He thought of she, and his heart sank again. The smile on his face faded. He took a deep breath and started to move. He first collected the spoils of war left behind on the battlefield, and then he teleported towards the distant starry sky. "Where are we going?" Yezi asked. "The dark world," Lin Sun answered without thinking. "Aren't you worried about she?" Yezi couldn't help asking. "She will come to us," Lin Sun said in a low voice. "But in case, there is no in case." "I see." While talking, Lin Sun and Yezi had disappeared in the vast starry sky. Soon after they left, in the depths of the starry sky, a figure emerged and stood there quietly. His eyes reflected the changes of the heavens and the transformations of all things. He just stood there casually, like a supreme ruler of the starry sky. His lonely figure was independent of the world. "My lord," an extremely respectful and submissive voice suddenly sounded out, and then a tall and sturdy man whose entire body was suffused with black lightning appeared. His aura was incomparably terrifying. Just a single breath was enough to cause the entire starry sky to tremble. But at this time, he stood respectfully on the side of the lonely figure with his head bowed. "Speak." The figure was a man of few words. Every word was like the sonorous voice of the Great Way, reaching people's hearts. "Sure Tiendi has appeared in the dark world. The leaders of the divine Sunshine Ancient Sect and the Hidden Land Realm have all surrendered to him." The burly man's voice was deep and resounded like muffled thunder. "I knew it would be like this." There was a hint of sarcasm in the figure's voice. The burly man hesitated for a moment and said, "My lord, Sure Tiendi sent a message through the Hidden Land Realm, asking you to pay a visit to him." "Pay a visit?" When this word came out of the figure's mouth, the starry sky suddenly dimmed, and countless stars rustled and shook. The burly man was stiff all over, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. The figure was silent for a moment and sighed. "He is just a dog on the other side of the starry sky. Does he really think he is the ruler of this starry sky?" The burly man smiled bitterly in his heart. In this dark world, perhaps only his lord dared to call Sure Tiendi this. However, he knew his lord's character very well. One word: arrogant. Arrogant to the bone, and arrogant to the point of looking down on everyone else. In fact, not only in this dark world, but even on the starry sky ancient road, there were not many people who could enter the eyes of his lord. This kind of arrogance, or rather, unyielding character, was absolute conceit and absolute foundation. So far, the burly man still clearly remembered the words of his lord. The way to the Great Way could not crush a proud character. The whole world was his enemy, and he did not lose a trace of his pride. In the burly man's view, in this world, in this ancient and modern time, no one could compare with his lord. He remembered that an imperial ancestor once visited and wanted to discuss the way with his lord. His lord only said, "The Great Way cannot be spoken, and the big words cannot be distinguished. You are just a small way, and you are not qualified to compete with me." This sentence made the imperial ancestor ashamed and angry, and he left in a huff. "Tell that old dog that I have gone to the other side of the starry sky," the figure suddenly said. The burly man was stunned and could not help but remind, "My lord, now the world knows that with the arrival of Sure Tiendi, the path to the other side of the starry sky has long been cut off." The figure said, "So what?" The burly man smiled bitterly. What kind of person was Sure Tiendi? How could he not see through such a clumsy refusal? "Go. When the time comes, I will go and have a chat with this old dog." The figure waved his hand. The burly man nodded and left. The figure looked in the direction of Lin Sun's departure again, and he murmured in his heart, "Master has given you the supreme fortune that he left in the Kunlun ruins. I'd like to see how much of a storm you can cause in this dark world." After a long time, his figure gradually dissipated silently. The dark world. Since ancient times, it had the titles of Land of Evil and Zone of Turmoil. For countless years, countless evil demons had wandered here. There were no rules here. If you wanted to survive, you had to be strong enough or strong enough. There were many legends about the dark world, but almost all of them were related to evil, killing, blood, and turmoil. The territory of the dark world was extremely vast, and it was divided into 33 realms. The vastness of the territory was comparable to the 49 provinces of the primordial world. Great Apothecary City. Located in the Cold Sky Territory, one of the 33 territories of the Dark World, there were countless cities like this one in the Cold Sky Territory. Great Apothecary City was very dilapidated. Some of the city walls had collapsed, and there were pitifully few buildings in the city. This was normal. In the Dark World, order had collapsed. Countless bloody killings took place every day, and the aftermath of the battle was enough to make any city unable to survive for long. Great Apothecary City looked dilapidated, but it was not easy for it to survive until now. Unlike the outside world, an ordinary city like Great Apothecary City could not be occupied by any force for a long time. Just last year, Great Apothecary City had a new city lord. The previous city lord was killed by the current city lord, Taoist Crocodile. If one looked back 1,000 years, Great Apothecary City had successively changed 149 city lords, and every city lord had died a violent death. This kind of situation was not uncommon in the Dark World. In the Dark World, occupying a city could attract countless experts to join and form a force, so that they could survive better in this bloody and turbulent Dark World. Yes, everything was for survival. After all, a person's strength was too weak. Only with his own force could he live longer in the Dark World. In the evening, Lin's son appeared outside Great Apothecary City. The night was coming. Outside Great Apothecary City, there were only a few figures going in and out. Taoism Pier, you look unfamiliar. What can I do for you? A dark-skinned, thin, and vigorous young man in black came up and took the initiative to greet Lin's son. What can you help me with? Lin's son glanced at him. The young man in black smiled. As long as the price is high enough, I can even risk my life. Lin's son said, I'm new here. What do you think I should do if I want to live longer here? I want to hear something useful. As he said, he threw a storage bag to the young man. Opening the storage bag, the young man in black smiled more enthusiastically. Taoism Pier, I can only say that you have found the right person. It's not terrible to be a newcomer. What's terrible is to lose your life before you figure out anything. I can see that you are a smart man. Lin's son glanced at him and said, I hope you'd better be smart. The young man in black felt a chill in his heart, but he said with a smile, Taoism Pier, don't worry. I won't do stupid things when I can make money peacefully. The black-clothed young man looked around and said, This place outside the city is the most dangerous place, so it's not convenient to talk. Please follow me, fellow Taoist. As he said, he walked towards Great Apothecary City in the distance. Lin's son followed him with his hands behind his back. Chapter 21:57. The young man in black was called Mu Chuan, a seventh retribution immortal king. In the ancient desolation realm, a king who set foot on the path of immortality was already an influential figure who could dominate a region. However, in this nightmare city, Mu Chuan was obviously a minor character. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone out of the city to solicit business. Two guards stood outside the dilapidated city gate. Their eyes and expressions did not conceal the fierceness in them at all. Yo, there's another deal. One of the guards seemed to be very familiar with Mu Chuan and teased him with a smile. The other guard looked at Lin's son and said in a stiff tone, 3,000 gems. Mu Chuan explained in a low voice, My fellow practitioner, this is the fee a newcomer has to pay when entering the city for the first time. With this, he can get an identity nameplate and go in and out of Nightmare City at will. Lin's son said, oh, and threw a storage pouch to them. This time, Mu Chuan and the two guards were stunned. They didn't expect Lin's son to take out such a huge sum of money so easily. Is there a problem? Lin's son asked. Mu Chuan smiled. No problem. Take it. A guard handed a bronze nameplate to Lin's son. The nameplate was engraved with a heavenly crocodile totem, which was very easy to recognize. But in Lin's son's eyes, this nameplate was so crude that he could make it easily. However, Lin's son didn't say anything. He was new here, so he would make a big fuss over 3,000 gems. My fellow practitioner, please. Mu Chuan led Lin's son into the city. A guard stroked his chin and said, Mu Chuan seems to have caught a big fat sheep. the other guard said in a low voice. No ordinary person can come to the dark world. We're just guards of the city gate. It's better not to think about other things. It's not easy to stay alive. The city was also in ruins. Some collapsed buildings were covered with weeds. There were many pedestrians on the streets. Signs of restaurants and tea houses could be seen everywhere. It was no different from the outside world. Along the way, Mu Chuan quickly sent a voice transmission. The current city governor of Great Nightmare City is Taoist Crocodile. He's a ruthless fellow with a cultivation base at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. He's considered a powerful figure in the Cold Sky territory. Lin Sun listened quietly and didn't care too much. Not to mention the peerless great sage, even the peerless holy king and the peerless quasi-emperor couldn't enter Lin Sun's eyes. Seeing that Lin Sun was not interested in this, Mu Chuan rolled his eyes and said, My fellow Taoist, may I ask why you have come to Daming City? Lin Sun said casually, waiting for someone. Mu Chuan was startled, but he did not ask any further. Instead, he said, If you want to stay in the city, you will have to pay 1,000 Dao crystals to the City Lord's mansion every day. Of course, fellow Taoists can also choose to serve the city governor's estate. For example, be a guard under the command of the city governor's estate, excavate or veins, gather spirit materials. In short, so long as you help the city governor's estate, then you can continue living in the city. Lin Sun was surprised. There are so many things to pay attention to if you want to live in the city. Mu Chuan sighed. Only by living in the city can you receive the protection of the City Lord's mansion. You don't have to worry about anything happening to you. If you're killed outside the city, no one will collect your corpse. Lin Sun suddenly understood. In the final analysis, it was all about survival. Not only in Daming City, but also in other cities in the Cold Sky territory. If you want to survive, you must pay the corresponding price. Mu Chuan said, This is the law of survival in the dark world. While they were talking, a scream suddenly came from the street ahead, followed by a burst of laughter. Lin Sun frowned. In an instant, he saw clearly with his spiritual awareness that on the street ahead, a man in a luxurious robe was waving a silver whip and lashing a woman. The woman was naked and her hair was disheveled. She curled up on the ground and screamed. Her fair and graceful body was covered with bloody whip marks. The man in the luxurious robe had a violent and cruel look in his eyes. When he waved the whip, divine light flowed, fierce and fierce. While lashing the woman, he said coldly, Bitch, are you going to obey me or not? Just do it. It's a great blessing to be the concubine of the young governor. That's right. There were many onlookers nearby who joined in the uproar. There was only excitement, mockery, cruelty, and indifference on their faces. There was no trace of pity. The woman was already on the verge of death, her entire body dripping with blood. Mu Chuan said calmly, Look, my fellow practitioner, that's the adopted son of the young governor, Taoist Crocodile. His name is Dong Jinrong. He's a playboy, but he has a bad temper. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep, but he didn't say anything. Mu Chuan reminded, My fellow practitioner, you've just arrived here. Remember, don't meddle in other people's business. That woman looks pitiful, but you have to remember that this is the dark world. Guards, take this bitch back and lock her up. Sooner or later, I'll train her to be obedient and make her submit to me, young Governor Dong Jinrong ordered. Immediately, several guards rushed out and carried the heavily injured woman away. At the same time, Lin Sun, who had been silent all this time, asked, Isn't it said that everyone who enters the city will be protected by the governor's mansion? In a situation like this, no one cares. Mu Chuan's expression was strange. My fellow practitioner, that is the young governor. The rules of the city are not decided by his father. Lin Sun suddenly recalled the words of the middle-aged man from the Hidden Mist house. The biggest rule of the dark world is that there are no rules. Whoever's strength is strong enough, their words are the rules. Before long, Mu Chuan brought Lin Sun to a dilapidated palace in the city. He said, My fellow practitioner, you've just arrived here and it's getting late. Why don't you take a rest here for the time being? Tomorrow, I'll take you to the governor's mansion to register. Register? Lin Sun asked. Yes. To live in the city, not only do you have to pay 1,000 crystals to the governor's mansion every day, you also have to pay a fee to rent a house. Of course, I suggest you work for the governor's mansion. That way, you could save a lot of money. Mu Chuan said and led Lin Sun into the palace. The palace was dilapidated and covered in dust. A bonfire burned, dispelling the gloom. A group of men and women, old and young, were sitting or standing. Each of them exuded a faintly discernible murderous aura. When Mu Chuan walked in with Lin Sun, they were immediately stared at. A skinny old man said in a hoarse voice, "Mu Chuan, you've only brought back one person for the whole day?" There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Mu Chuan's face suddenly turned pale. He stammered, "Uncle Huai, you should know that recently there are fewer and fewer newcomers coming to the Great Lotus City. Business is not good." The skinny old man, called Uncle Huai, snorted coldly and fixed his gaze on Lin Sun. A strange expression appeared on his face as he said, "Mu Chuan, what kind of bewitchment did you feed this friend of yours? He actually fell into your trap so obediently?" The other people in the palace also laughed. They looked at Lin Sun with a playful gaze. Lin Sun looked indifferent, as if he didn't notice anything. He looked at Mu Chuan, who had walked away from him since entering the palace, and asked, "What's going on?" Someone couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, this guy still hasn't reacted. Could he be a fledgling who came to the dark world for the first time?" The others also laughed. Lin Sun still ignored them. He just looked at Mu Chuan. Mu Chuan felt uncomfortable all over. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed and said, "Idiot, how dare you ask me what's going on? This is the dark world. Which idiot would be like you, trusting others so easily?" Lin Sun said, "You're not smart at all." Mu Chuan sneered disdainfully. The skinny old man said, "Young man, it's your first time here. This old man will teach you how to survive in this dark world." He paused for a moment and said, "First, hand over all your treasures. This is called paying respect. Second, prove your worth. There's only one result for useless trash, death. This is the rule." A coquettish woman smiled and said, "Little brother, now it's up to your performance." The others all stared at Lin Sun with fierce eyes. The atmosphere also became tense. "So this is the rule," Lin Sun sighed. His voice was calm, but every word he said was like a thunderclap that struck the hearts of the skinny old man and the others. Suddenly, everything turned black. Blood spurted out from their mouths and noses, and they all fell to the ground. At this moment, all of them looked horrified and incredulous. Lin Sun didn't even make a move. He completely suppressed them with just a few words. How terrifying was his cultivation to be able to do this? Mu Chuan was the only one who wasn't injured. But when he saw this scene, he was completely stunned. How could he have imagined that the newbie he deceived outside the city was such a terrifying existence? "Senior, please spare my life." Plop. Mu Chuan directly knelt down and slapped his cheeks hard while begging. "I have eyes but failed to see. I was blinded by lard. Please be magnanimous and spare my lowly life." Lin Sun looked at him indifferently, neither happy nor sad, and said, "I told you, you're not smart." Bang! Mu Chuan's body trembled, and then he silently lay on the ground. His spirit had been shattered. Looking at Uncle Huai and the others, they thought they had caught a fat sheep and were fearless. But now they were all scared out of their wits. Lin Sun came to the campfire and sat down casually. He took out a green wine gourd and drank while saying, "I want to know something. If you cooperate obediently, I will spare your lives." Uncle Huai and the others nodded repeatedly, each more obedient and honest than the last. Their eyes were full of the desire to live. They didn't let Lin Sun down. No matter what Lin Sun asked, they would rush to answer. Of course, the questions Lin Sun asked were related to the dark world. They couldn't be said to be secrets or difficult problems. "Well, you've all done well." When the last question was asked, Lin Sun couldn't help but nod. Uncle Huai and the others were all refreshed. Someone couldn't help asking, "Senior, then, can we leave now?" "Okay, I'll send you on your way." Chapter 2158. "Senior, are you kidding?" Uncle Huai forced a smile. "This is the dark world. Which idiot would trust others so easily like you? This was what Mu Chuan had said before, but Lin Sun said it now. Let's go. Uncle Huai and the others rushed out of the hall. But halfway, their bodies turned into ashes and scattered in the air like decaying deadwood. This was the power of the way of life and death of Greenwood Taoist body. Next to the bonfire, the flame shone on Lin Sun's handsome face. He picked up the green wine gourd and drank. In the starry sky, he used the forbidden death technique and consumed a lot of physical strength. Now he was using the Greenwood Taoist body. I wonder when she will come and find me. After a while, Lin Sun sighed softly. The longer it took, the more worried he was about Xi's safety. If Lin Sun had the confidence to win, how could he not have heard from him until now? Uncle Huai, how's the harvest today? Suddenly, a sarcastic voice resounded from outside the hall. A man in a luxurious robe swaggered in with his hands behind his back. When he saw Lin Sun alone in the hall, he couldn't help but be startled. When he saw Mu Chuan lying dead on the ground, his face suddenly changed, and he turned around to leave. But right at this moment, a terrifying force pressed down on him, causing him to feel as if his body had been shackled, and he was unable to move a single finger. His face changed into a respectful expression. I am Ji Long, a saint under the Castellan's mansion. I have no grievances with you. Please be merciful. Lin Sun didn't move and asked casually, What are you doing here? I want to hear the truth. The man in the luxurious robe who called himself Ji Long said quickly, Today is the day to collect the Tao crystals. I came to find Uncle Huai and his men to collect the Tao crystals. Collect the Tao crystals? Ji Long said quickly, Yes, Uncle Huai and his men are robbers. According to the rules, they have to pay 10,000 Tao crystals to the Castellan's mansion every 7 days. Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. Robbing was an unpardonable act of bandits, but now Uncle Huai and other bandits had to pay tribute to Castellan Mansion every once in a while. It seemed that Daoist Crocodile, the city lord of Great Nightmare City, was truly unscrupulous. To enter this city, not only did he have to pay the entrance fee, he also had to pay 1,000 Tao crystal a day to live in the city. If he wanted protection, he had to work hard for the city lord's mansion. Daoist Crocodile was truly enjoying his time as the city lord. Lin Sun said thoughtfully, No wonder everyone covets the position of Castellan. Whoever occupies a city will be in control of an endless source of wealth. Ji Long smiled apologetically at the side and said, Fellow Daoist, you might not know this, but the city lord has to hand over at least 60% of his monthly income. The wealth that truly lands in his hands is not much. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and asked, To whom? Ji Long said, One of the 10 domain masters of the domain of Frigid Sky, the domain master of Blackfin. When he spoke up to hear, he seemed to have realized something, and he couldn't help but say, Could it be that fellow Taoist has come to the world of darkness for the first time? Lin Sun didn't hide it and said yes. Ji Long looked as if he had expected it. He behaved more and more respectfully. In the outside world, a strong dragon couldn't suppress a local snake. But in this dark world, the most frightening characters were like dragons crossing the river. As for the local snakes, most of them needed the protection of a strong, so they were not worth mentioning. Otherwise, they would never be willing to be exploited by the city lord's mansion. Uncle Huai and Mu Chuan were such characters. They seemed to be ferocious robbers, but if they wanted to stay in the city, they also needed to pay tribute to the city lord's mansion. Lin Sun said, Tell me about the Heikong region lord. At this time, Ji Long seemed to be extremely enthusiastic. He almost told everything he knew in a very proper and humble manner. According to him, the Heikong region lord was a real emperor realm figure, and his forces controlled 109 cities. No matter who occupied these 109 cities, they needed to pay tribute to the Heikong region lord every month. Otherwise, they would be destroyed by the forces of the Heikong region lord. Among the 10 domain masters of the domain of Frigid Sky, the force of the Heikong region lord could only be ranked at the bottom. Although it wasn't the strongest, ordinary people couldn't provoke it. After knowing this, Lin Sun couldn't help asking, Why doesn't the Heikong region lord appoint the lord of each city by himself? Jilong said, "You may not know this, but the dark world is extremely turbulent and chaotic. Order has collapsed. Countless bloody killings break out every day. Although the forces of the Heikong region lord are strong, it's impossible for him to control the order of every city. It's too much power. It's better to take advantage of others." Lin Sun finally understood. Next, Lin Sun asked some more questions. Jilong told him everything he knew. For example, the first domain master of the domain of frigid sky was a supreme elder of the divine sunshine ancient sect. The other 9 out of the 10 region lords had to rely on him for support. This made it easy for Lin Sun to speculate that although the domain of frigid sky was complicated, there was still the divine sunshine ancient sect above the 10 domain masters. In short, the divine sunshine ancient sect was the supreme emperor of the domain of frigid sky. There were 33 territories in the dark world. The power of the divine sunshine ancient sect was far more than just the domain of frigid sky. In fact, the forces of the 3 dark giants, the divine sunshine ancient sect, the hidden land realm, and the bronze sparrow tower, had already penetrated into every corner of the 33 territories. Lin Sun even thought that there were countless cities in the domain of frigid sky, and each city lord had to pay tribute to the domain master. The 10 domain masters of the domain of frigid sky definitely had to pay tribute to the divine sunshine ancient sect. The biggest beneficiary of such exploitation was naturally the divine sunshine ancient sect, and this was just the domain of frigid sky. Of course, the dark world was far more than that. The territory of this world was extremely vast. In addition to the 3 dark giants, there are also top forces such as the Star Demon Mountain and the Hidden Mist House. Jilong suddenly said, "Taoism Pier, if my guess is right, you are definitely not an ordinary person. If you want to get the position of City Lord, it should not be difficult. If you want to get such power, I can help you a little." Through the conversation, he had already realized that Lin Sun, a newcomer, was extremely unusual. Lin Sun said with a faint smile, "Don't tell me you want me to kill Taoist Crocodile of the Daming City." Jilong hurriedly shook his head. Taoist Crocodile is very powerful. It is said that he has a close relationship with some of the powerful generals under the command of the Heikong Domain Master. Now I still need to rely on Taoist Crocodile to survive, so I dare not have any evil thoughts. He changed the topic. However, the position of the City Lord of Daming City is a hot potato, but it doesn't mean that I can't fight for the position of the City Lord of other cities. Lin Sun said flatly, "You don't have to test me anymore. I'm not interested in these things. I will leave at any time." Jilong seemed a little disappointed and said, "Taoism Pier, I can tell at first glance that you are extraordinary. It is understandable that you look down on a city." Lin Sun ordered Jilong to leave. "Go back and tell Taoist Crocodile that I will not attack unless I am attacked." Jilong was relieved and agreed happily. He knew that it was not until now that he had really saved his life. Watching Jilong leave in a hurry, Lin Sun said to himself, "I hope you'd better be smart." Daming City. The night was as dark as ink. The City Lord's mansion, which occupied an extremely vast area, was brightly lit. In one of the magnificent palaces, a group of beautiful dancers were dancing gracefully. Under the almost transparent gauze skirt, their snow-white and alluring bodies exuded incomparable temptation when they danced. Taoist Crocodile was lying on a soft couch in a lazy manner. He looked like a handsome man with long dark green hair and a pair of dark brown eyes occasionally flashing with divine light. In his embrace was a peerless beauty with a body that was white, tender, and smooth like sheep fat. Her red lips were lightly puckered, her starry eyes were misty, and her snow-white back that was exposed to the air was curvaceous in all the right places, causing her to be extremely charming. Taoist Crocodile's large hand gently caressed the beauty's soft and moist back. As he listened to the beauty's slightly panting breaths, a trace of burning desire was gradually ignited in the depths of his eyes. But at this moment, Ji Lung came in a hurry. Taoist Crocodile frowned and said unhappily, "What are you doing here in the middle of the night?" Ji Lung said quickly, "My lord, an unfathomable dragon with unfathomable strength has come to our damning city today." As he spoke, he told Taoist Crocodile the details of his meeting with Lin Sun. Hearing this, Taoist Crocodile's eyes flickered and he suddenly sat up from the soft couch. The stunning beauty in his arms suddenly fell to the ground and let out a scream. "Get out of here, all of you!" Crocodile scolded impatiently. The beauties who fell to the ground and the beauties who were dancing in the hall shivered and hurriedly left. Soon, only Taoist Crocodile and Ji Lung were left in the hall. Ji Lung sighed softly. "I planned to trick him into taking the position of the Lord of Flame Sin City. Who would have thought that he wouldn't be fooled?" The Lord of Flame Sin City was Taoist Crocodile's sworn enemy. Recently, because of a natural Taoist crystal load, Taoist Crocodile and the Lord had a big fight. But in the end, Taoist Crocodile suffered a great loss, and the crystal load was taken away by the Lord of Flame Sin City. This was a sore point for Taoist Crocodile. Taoist Crocodile said, "You don't think that guy can defeat Meng Tufu, do you?" Meng Tufu was the nickname of the Lord of Flame Sin City. "I don't think so, but I'm sure he can do it." Ji Lung said, "City Lord, in my opinion, if we can rope that guy to our side, not to mention defeating Meng Tufu, it won't be difficult for us to swallow all of the nearby cities." "Is he really as powerful as you say?" Taoist Crocodile said in surprise. Ji Lung said confidently, "City Lord, my eyes will never misjudge a person. The rarest thing is that this fellow has just arrived in the Dark World and doesn't belong to any camp. He isn't familiar with the Dark World either. If we can get him to help us, how could our influence be limited to this tiny, great Lotus City?" Chapter 2159. According to what you said, this is really an opportunity. Taoist Crocodile pondered, "But I'm worried that what if we lead a wolf into the house? A dragon who could defeat Meng Tufu would be playing with fire if he couldn't control it well." Ji Lung said, "City Lord, don't worry. I can see that this guy is very ambitious. He's different from us. He's not interested in occupying cities and expanding his power. Even if we want to keep him here, I'm afraid it's impossible." Taoist Crocodile frowned and said, "In that case, what can you do to make him help us?" Ji Lung's gaze was deep as he said, "Tempt him with benefits and cater to his liking. A person like him must have some ulterior motives for coming to the Dark World. However, with our ability, I'm afraid we're unable to help him. So, we can only tempt him with benefits." Taoist Crocodile couldn't help asking, "What should we do?" Ji Lung gritted his teeth and transmitted his voice to Taoist Crocodile. Taoist Crocodile's face suddenly darkened. "No. What if he covets money?" Ji Lung let out a long sigh. "Governor, how can we get a greater return if we don't pay enough? This is the only opportunity. It's up to you to decide whether to do it or not." Taoist Crocodile's expression was uncertain. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said, "Ji Lung, I can promise you this, but if there is any accident, I'll hold you responsible." Ji Lung nodded. The next morning, "You want to invite me to the governor's mansion?" Lin Sun looked at Ji Lung, who stood respectfully beside him, and showed a surprised expression. He didn't expect that this guy had the courage to take the initiative to come to him. Ji Lung said respectfully, "Taoist Peer, to tell you the truth, after I went back last night, I told Taoist Crocodile that if he could win over a master like you, he would definitely help him expand his power quickly. So Taoist Crocodile promised that no matter what your request was, he would do it as long as he could." He seemed to be extremely honest. "Oh," Lin Sun said, "so you're here to persuade me?" Ji Lung shook his head. "I know my own capabilities. How could I invite a great Taoist like you with just a few words? This time, I only came to invite you to take a look at the treasury of the City Lord." Treasury? Even Lin Sun had to admit that although Ji Lung seemed to be a saint, he was extremely eloquent. After listening to Ji Lung's speech, Lin Sun couldn't help but be curious. "Yes." Ji Lung spoke swiftly. "To tell you the truth, according to my knowledge, even though the city governor is only a peerless great sage, in these past few years, He has gathered many good treasures in his treasure vault, and some are even ancient treasures that have been passed down for a long time. There's no proof just based on words alone. If fellow Taoist is interested, you'll know once you go take a look. Lin Sun was very clear that this was a condition that Ji Lung put forward in order to win him over. He asked, "Are there any emperor weapons in the treasury?" Ji Lung was stunned. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Fellow Taoist, if it's a saint artifact, it's easy to find. As for an emperor artifact, how can a city lord possibly get his hands on one? Soon after, he said, "However, although there are no monarch armaments in the city lord's treasury, there are some treasures of mysterious origins. Since we don't know their uses, they have always been kept in the treasury. Perhaps fellow Taoist will be able to use them." Lin agreed after thinking for a while. He had many treasures with him. Just the spoils of war he had plundered over the years were enough to support him until he became an emperor. However, he was also short of some treasures. For example, Kangwu tree and Kunwa tree of the four sacred woods, pure and turbid star soul sand, primordial chi water, and so on. Seeing that Lin Sun agreed, Ji Lung immediately showed a look of relief and joy. The City Lord's Mansion. For the practitioners in Daming City, the City Lord's Mansion was undoubtedly the most luxurious and the safest place. There were countless guards here, and it was heavily guarded. Ji Lung took Lin Sun along the winding path, passing through pavilions, and came to the forbidden area of the City Lord's Mansion. There are not only many strong guards here, but also a layer of great formation. After arriving here, Ji Lung explained enthusiastically, "Fellow Taoist, the treasure vault of the City Lord, Taoist Crocodile, is hidden underground." As he said, he took out a token and shook it gently. Boom! The void was tumbling and changing. Dense Taoist patterns and formation symbols were flowing, gradually condensing into an illusory door. Ji Lung took a deep breath and made a gesture of invitation. "Fellow Taoist, please." Lin Sun stood still and said, "There's an ambush here." Ji Lung's pupils suddenly shrank, and he stopped his steps. He asked in surprise, "This is the City Lord's Mansion. Who dares to ambush here?" Lin Sun ignored him. Instead, he glanced at a place not far away and said indifferently, "Come out. Don't force me to do it. I didn't expect that you could see through the illusory formation here." A cold voice sounded, and then the surrounding scene suddenly changed into an open space. Around Lin Sun and Ji Lung, many figures appeared. All of them were ferocious. The leader was the handsome Taoist crocodile in a silver robe. His dark brown pupils flashed with undisguised killing intent. Ji Lung's face changed greatly, and he exclaimed, "City Lord, what do you mean?" Lin Sun looked at him indifferently. Taoist crocodile grinned. "Ji Lung, you've been with me for many years. You've always been resourceful and loyal. I used to regard you as my right-hand man, but you've been very dishonest recently." Ji Lung's face changed. "I don't understand." "You don't understand? It doesn't matter. I'll make you understand now." Taoist Crocodile said and clapped his hands. Suddenly, a young man in luxurious clothes walked out from afar with a cold smile on his face. He held a silver whip in his hand, and on the other end of the whip was a bloodied and injured body. As the young man in luxurious clothes strode forward, the delicate body was dragged forward, leaving a ghastly trail of blood on the ground. Lin Sun recognized this young man. When he entered the city yesterday, this man was on the street, whipping the woman. He looked extremely violent and ferocious. According to Mu Chuan, this young man was Dong Jinrong, the adopted son of Taoist Crocodile. However, Lin Sun didn't expect to see him under such circumstances. Then he noticed that when he saw the delicate body dragged by Dong Jinrong, Ji Lung's face changed, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. "Ji Lung, do you know this woman?" Taoist Crocodile asked coldly. Ji Lung took a deep breath, and a gloomy expression appeared on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, "Of course I know her. She's called Jin Dai. Last year, she came to Daming City. She's very beautiful and intelligent. What's more, she's very kind. In this dark world, people like her are very rare." His voice was low, as if he was recalling the past. I couldn't bear to see her being harmed by those bastards in the city. So I took her in and treated her like a daughter. I cultivated her with all my heart. I only hoped that if one day I'm gone, she could at least survive on her own in this bloody and turbulent dark world. Ji Lung took another deep breath, as if he was suppressing the surging emotions in his heart. But I still didn't expect that the disaster would come so quickly. His eyes suddenly looked at Dong Jinrong, and he didn't conceal his hatred at all. Governor, it's this bastard that you adopted who took advantage of my absence to forcefully abduct Jean Dai. He intended to take her as a tool to vent his lust, and he humiliated and tortured her in every possible way. When I found out about this, I still remembered the friendship between us and didn't kill this little bastard. I only begged you for mercy, hoping that you would come forward and return Jean Dai to me. His expression faintly became ferocious, but you refused me for this little bastard. At the end of his words, he couldn't control the anger in his heart, and he roared. Taoist Crocodile's expression was cold, and he said, "A little bitch made you choose to betray me, and even let a wolf into the house to plot for my treasure house. Ji Lung, you really disappointed me." Ji Lung's expression was livid, and he gritted his teeth and said, "It's all because of you." Taoist Crocodile suddenly laughed and said, "Ji Lung, since things have come to this, I might as well tell you that my adopted son had the guts to abduct that little bitch Jean Dai because I ordered him to do so." Ji Lung felt as if he was struck by lightning, and he said angrily, "What did you say?" Taoist Crocodile laughed impudently. "I said, all of this was ordered by me. Are you surprised?" "Why?" Ji Lung was so angry that his whole body trembled, and his face was ferocious. Taoist Crocodile's voice was cold, and he said, "Ji Lung, you are too smart, resourceful, and cunning. How can I not fear you?" After a pause, he continued, "Of course, I know that Jean Dai is very important to you, and I did this to test your loyalty." Ji Lung was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he said, "You used such a despicable method to test my loyalty?" Taoist Crocodile sneered, "But you can't deny that this method is really effective. Now everyone has seen that you, a capable subordinate who has followed me for many years, chose to betray me for a little bitch. How can you be loyal to me?" Dong Jinrong said gloomily, "Adoptive father, there is no need to talk nonsense with this traitor. Just kill such an ungrateful person." He shook the silver whip in his hand violently. Crack! With a loud bang, Jean Dai's bloody body was thrown into the air and then exploded into pieces. Blood splashed like a waterfall. This bloody scene stimulated Ji Lung, who had been extremely angry for a long time, to break down and let out a hysterical cry. "Jean Dai!" His voice shook the world, full of grief and indignation. Lin Sun didn't speak, and he was as silent as a stone. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown slightly, but that was all. He already knew that this time he was used by Ji Lung, but it was not a big surprise. As early as when he agreed to come here, he had already considered this aspect. Of course, although being used was not enough to make Lin Sun angry, he couldn't have any pity for Ji Lung, who was in grief at this moment. He just felt a little disgusted. The woman named Jean Dai was already dead, but her body was still blown up. This method was not only cruel, but also heartless. Chapter 2160. Ji Lung, who was in grief, soon came to his senses. After all, he was an old man who had been in the dark world for many years. The first thing he did was to apologize to Lin Sun. "Fellow Taoist, I thought the plan would go smoothly, but I didn't expect that old bastard Taoist Crocodile to trick me. I will fight with my life on the line for fellow Taoist Crocodile's survival." Lin Sun seemed indifferent. He just glanced at him and said indifferently, "You will pay the price." Ji Lung's expression froze. He gritted his teeth and looked at Taoist Crocodile in the distance. "I admit defeat. If you want to kill me or torture me, do as you please. Can you let this fellow leave?" Taoist Crocodile said with a fake smile, "Do you think it's possible?" The other people around also sneered. "Then I can only fight with my life." Ji Lung took a deep breath and looked at the bloody flesh of Golden Butterfly, murmuring, "It's good that she's dead." At least she doesn't have to suffer in the dark world anymore. Dong, Jinrong shouted. Jilong, don't be hypocritical. Everyone knows that you are cunning and have a glib tongue. No matter what you say now, you can't escape death. Taoist Crocodile glanced at Lin's son. My friend, I can see that you have also been deceived and used by the traitor Jilong. Unfortunately, this time, you can only die with Jilong. His voice was cold. He waved his hand. Kill them. Boom. The world was shaken. The strong people who surrounded Jilong took action without hesitation. Every one of them was ferocious and full of blood. These were the capable subordinates of Taoist Crocodile. They had fought with him in the dark world for many years and experienced killing and bloodshed. In the eyes of ordinary practitioners, they were a group of fiends. Kill. How could Jilong be willing to die like this? His body was covered with terrible divine light. His blood and chi were boiling, and his power suddenly rose to the extreme. In his hand, a blood-red spear swept out and swept in the void. Boom! The unparalleled bloody light swept out like a raging sea. The few experts who rushed forward didn't have time to dodge and were drowned by the power of the bloody battle spear, turning into ashes. This old thing has actually broken through to the peak of the Great Saint realm as well. He's really good at hiding. Taoist Crocodile's eyes narrowed. Only now did he realize why Jilong dared to betray them. It turned out that Jilong's cultivation had broken through a long time ago. Fellow Taoist, leave quickly. I'll open a path for you. On the battlefield, Jilong shouted out loudly as he slaughtered madly, and the might in his body shook the heavens and the earth. As he brandished the blood-colored spear, he easily killed his opponents one after another. Rumble. The nearby space was in disorder, while the layer upon layer of restrictions that covered this area shook violently, and they seemed to be unable to endure the impact of such terrifying might. You want to leave? No way. Dong Jinrong had already rushed to Lin Sun with a group of strong men, full of killing intent. However, their siege was nothing in Lin Sun's eyes, and there was no threat at all. This scene was like a group of ants baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at a divine dragon in the sky. It was really ridiculous. Lin Sun, who had been like a spectator, sighed at this moment. He suddenly realized one thing. Since entering the dark world, because of some concerns and because he didn't want to cause any trouble, it seemed that he was too low-key. While he was thinking, Dong Jinrong and the others had already rushed to him. However, Lin Sun still stood there without moving. His tall figure was like a lonely pine tree on the cliff shore, indifferent and out of the world. But when those attacks surged over like tidewater, they were still on the way when they seemed to have been restrained and oppressed by a shapeless force, and they exploded in unison amidst deafening explosions. Bang, bang, bang. Dazzling Tao arts, treasures that overflowed with multicolored flowing lights. And no matter what sort of attack it was like an illusory bubble that rustled and shattered into pieces. Lin Sun stood alone, motionless. The pupils of Dong Jinrong and others shrank at the same time. This unimaginable scene completely subverted all of their knowledge and imagination. After all, with their cultivation, how could they understand the means of a peerless quasi-emperor? So strong. Jilong, who was fighting hard in the distance, brightened his eyes. No. In the distance, Taoist Crocodile's face suddenly changed, and an indescribable sense of danger surged in his heart. At this moment, Lin Sun moved. He just stretched out one hand and waved it casually in the void. Boom! Heaven and earth turned upside down, and the void exploded. In the field, all the figures burst into pieces as if they were slapped by the big hands of the gods. From a distance, it looked like a string of bloody firecrackers had been ignited, blooming groups of bloody fireworks, hot and scarlet, so beautiful that it made people's hearts tremble. In the field, except for Taoist Crocodile, all the others died on the spot, leaving only a thick mist of blood. In an instant, the field was full of blood, and this was just the power of Lin Sun's waving hand. Taoist Crocodile's face was pale, and his body was stiff with fear. His lips trembled, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Indescribable fear, like a landslide and a tsunami, impacted his state of mind, making him feel like his liver and gallbladder were torn apart. It was terrible. In the blink of an eye, they were all turned into ashes. In the distance, Ji-Lung was also stunned, and his eyes were blank. He was fighting hard just now, but the opponents around him all died in an instant, turning into blood. He was so scared that he almost screamed at the moment of death. Even though he had long seen that Lin Sun was an extraordinary dragon crossing the river, he never expected that this dragon crossing the river would have such a terrifying ability. This was completely beyond his imagination. In the midst of the blood mist, Lin Sun, standing with his hands behind his back, said indifferently, "A wonderful internal fight ended in such a sloppy way. Don't you feel bored?" Taoist Crocodile trembled all over and fell to his knees. He said in a trembling voice, "I have eyes but failed to see. Please forgive me." He knocked his head on the ground, making a loud thud. Lin Sun glanced at him and said, "Do you think it's possible?" This was what Taoist Crocodile had said just now, but Lin Sun returned it at this time. Taoist Crocodile, who was kneeling on the ground, lowered his voice and said with a fierce look in his eyes, "Senior, you should forgive people when possible. No matter how unbearable I am still the governor of Great Nightmare City. Some of the generals under the command of Haikong Region Lord are close friends with me. If they know that I am dead, I am afraid it will be troublesome for you. How dare you threaten your senior when you are about to die? I will kill you first, you old bastard." Suddenly, Ji-Lung rushed out and stabbed at Taoist Crocodile with his blood-red spear. Taoist Crocodile was just about to dodge, but he felt his body sink. He was firmly imprisoned by an invisible force and couldn't move at all. The next moment, the blood-red spear pierced through his head. Bang! Taoist Crocodile twitched and fell in a pool of blood. Ji-Lung was stunned that Lin Sun could kill Taoist Crocodile so easily. He immediately dropped the spear in his hand and knelt on the ground. His face was full of gratitude as he loudly said, "Thank you, Senior. Thank you for avenging my poor daughter. Even if I die now, I will have no regrets." At this time, there were only him and Lin Sun left in this bloody world. Lin Sun said with deep eyes, "Then why don't you die?" Ji-Lung was stunned. He looked up at Lin Sun in the distance and said with a stiff face, "Senior, you are not joking, are you?" Lin Sun said indifferently, "Do you think I am joking?" Ji-Lung's expression flickered, and he said bitterly, "Senior, are you blaming this lowly one for being used by this lowly one? This is indeed this lowly one's mistake, but this lowly one did not expect that old bastard Taoist Crocodile would do this." Lin Sun's eyes were cold. "You really didn't expect it?" Ji-Lung suddenly had a bad premonition. Lin Sun said, "With your cultivation, it shouldn't be difficult to save Golden Butterfly from Dong Jinrong, but you didn't do it." Yesterday, Lin Sun saw with his own eyes that Dong Jinrong whipped Golden Butterfly, who was already wounded and dying, in the crowded street without any scruples. With the strength that Ji-Lung displayed, if he had made a move at that time, he could have easily saved Jean Dai, but he did not do so. "You deceived me to come here today, because you have already expected that Taoist Crocodile, who has been suspicious of you for a long time, would never tolerate you taking an outsider like me into his treasure house. In other words, because of my appearance, Taoist Crocodile became more and more suspicious of you and your motive of taking me to the treasure house. In this way, it is easy to explain why Taoist Crocodile ambushed here in advance." Before Lin Sun finished his words, Ji-Lung's face turned pale and he was sweating profusely. With a bleak expression, he said with difficulty, "What Senior said is correct. This is indeed what this junior expected to happen, but I also wanted to avenge my daughter, Jean Dai. Senior, you also saw that it was not enough that my daughter was tortured to death by them. In the end, she was also dismembered by them. It is simply outrageous." Lin Sun's eyes were cold. "I said that you have the ability to save her in advance, but you didn't do so. Her death is entirely caused by you." Ji-Lung braced himself and said, "If it wasn't for revenge for my daughter, I wouldn't have the courage to use your power. Because you didn't want to avenge your daughter at all. Lin Sun looked indifferent. Once Taoist crocodile dies, you will be the biggest beneficiary. At that time, the whole Daming City will be under your control. After a pause, he continued, at that time, even if the subordinates of Hei Kong, who have a close relationship with Taoist crocodile, know about this, you can put all the blame on me. Killing people with a borrowed knife is killing many birds with one stone. And I, an outsider, will be the scapegoat. Why not? Ji Lung crawled on the ground, shivering all over and looking flustered. Senior, I really don't have such a vicious idea. I can swear to God. If God is unfair, what's the use of swearing? Lin Sun sighed with emotion. He thought of the forbidden power of order that had been recontrolled in the whole world and the nameless Supreme Emperor. Chapter 2161. Get up. Looking at Ji Lung, who was almost paralyzed on the ground, Lin Sun stepped towards the void portal leading to the treasure house. Ji Lung was stunned for a long time. Only then did he realize that at least for the time being, he would not die. When he got up, he only felt sweat all over his body. His clothes had long been soaked, but he felt lucky to have survived a disaster. Watching Lin Sun's figure disappear into the portal, Ji Lung followed without hesitation. He dared not escape, or rather, he dared not make any more mistakes. However, he was still slightly dazed in his heart. Why did this young man that looked terrifying to the point it caused one's heart to tremble let him off just like that? Taoist Crocodile's treasure house was located in an extremely narrow secret realm. It was only a few hundred feet wide, but it was still a secret realm. The most attractive thing in the treasury was the pile of Tao crystals that were piled up like a small mountain. They shone brightly, and roughly estimated, there were at least 80 million of them. Compared with spiritual stones and spiritual marrow, Taoist crystals were undoubtedly more precious and could meet the needs of practitioners above the Saint Realm. However, for Quasi-Emperor Zhu Fu, Taoist crystals were of little use. But when he saw about 80 million Taoist crystals piled up, it was an eye-opener for Lin Sun. He had seen many peerless treasures since he started his cultivation, but this was the first time he had seen so many Taoist crystals. With a wave of his sleeve, Lin Sun put away the piles of Taoist crystals. Why didn't Taoist Crocodile put these treasures into the stored treasure, but piled them up here? Lin Sun asked casually. Standing respectfully in the distance, Ji Lung hurriedly said, Senior, the dark world is too turbulent and there will be frequent killings. Taoist Crocodile is worried that he will bring all the treasures with him. In case of a disaster, the enemy will benefit. If it's placed in the treasury, even if he dies, it can be inherited by his adopted son or someone close to him. It won't be given to the enemy. Lin Sun nodded. In this secret realm, in addition to the huge number of Taoist crystals, there were many magic medicines and spiritual materials sealed in bronze boxes. For people of the Saint Realm, these treasures were rare, but for Lin Sun, they were of little significance. Putting these things away, Lin Sun continued to look around and search. Senior, look here. Ji Lung had a fawning appearance as he arrived at the center of the secret realm, and then he lightly stomped his feet, causing the ground to tremble and suffuse out strands of a rain of light. After that, a bronze sword box that was mottled with rust broke through the ground and appeared. Lin Sun stepped forward and saw that the bronze sword box was extremely ancient and filled with the aura of time. The surface of the box was engraved with marvelous Taoist patterns, such as the sun, moon, mountains and rivers, flowers, birds, insects, fish, ancestors offering sacrifices, and the geography. It was just a sword case, but it made Lin Sun's state of mind as heavy as a mountain, vast and heavy. It was even to the extent that when one stared carefully at the Tao marking diagrams on the sword chest, one would sense a horrifying and obscure aura. This is a sword box that Taoist Crocodile found on the former city lord after he killed him last year. Anyone who sees it will be amazed and extraordinary. Ji Lung said, but regretfully, this sword box is empty. Empty? Lin Sun was stunned and raised his hand to open the sword case. Sure enough, it was completely empty. There was nothing inside. He picked up the sword case. It was cold and extremely heavy, as if he was holding up a holy mountain. He probed into it with his spiritual awareness, but he could only feel the kind of heart-palpitating, obscure aura. Looking at the bottom of the sword case, there was a mystical symbol engraved with ancient inscriptions. It was in the shape of a vertical pupil, making one feel uncomfortable all over. It was very strange. Leaf, who was dormant in Lin Sun's hair, suddenly said, "Let me have a try." Whoosh! Silently, Leaf rushed into the sword case. Before long, his voice came out. Lin Sun closed the sword case. Lin Sun suddenly realized that Leaf should have found something. He closed the sword case and intended to put it into the Tower of Endless End. Unexpectedly, the sword case produced an invisible wave and couldn't be put into it. Lin Sun's eyes were full of surprise. Over the years, the Tower of Endless End had suppressed many Emperor weapons. Even Sword Emperor of Chaos, such a terrifying figure, was trapped in it. But now, he couldn't put this mysterious sword case away, which made Lin Sun more and more aware that this thing was not simple. When Leaf comes out, maybe I can know some secrets of this sword case. Lin Sun thought. He continued to search, almost digging 3 feet into the ground of this secret realm, which was only dozens of meters in circumference. But he didn't find any more treasures. Thinking about it, Taoist Crocodile was just a great saint. It was not easy for him to accumulate 80 million Tao gems and so many magical materials. Without further delay, Lin Sun walked towards the outside of the treasure trove. Ji Lung hurriedly followed him. At this moment, he was really no different from a loyal henchman. The governor's mansion. That magnificent palace originally belonged to Taoist Crocodile, but now was occupied by Lin Sun. Lin Sun sat there and said casually, "From today on, you are the governor of this city." Ji Lung was stunned. It was like a dream for him to survive. Now, Lin Sun wanted him to be the governor of Great Nightmare City, which was more unbelievable than a dream. Lin Sun said to himself, "I'm waiting for someone. At least before I leave, I don't want any more trouble. Do you understand?" Ji Lung was in a trance for a moment, and finally dared to believe that all this was true. He agreed without hesitation. "Senior, please rest assured. I will make up for my mistake by meritorious deeds. I won't let you down." A worthless person couldn't survive in the dark world. Ji Lung was cunning and cunning. If he was used well, he would be a rare talent. If he was not used well, he would be a poisonous snake that could kill people. For Lin Sun, this was Ji Lung's value and the reason why he spared him. As he said, he didn't plan to leave Great Nightmare City for the time being before she returned. Of course, when it was time to leave, Lin Sun would never stop. "My name is Dao Yuan," Lin Sun said suddenly. It was inexplicable for him to announce his name at this time. But Ji Lung was just stunned, and then he showed a flattering smile like a blooming chrysanthemum and said, "Senior Dao Yuan, the great way is like an abyss, broad and boundless." What a good name. Ji Lung didn't know this was Lin Sun's Taoist name, and Lin Sun wouldn't explain. But Lin Sun was clear that from tomorrow onwards, all the practitioners in Great Nightmare City would know the name of Dao Yuan. And as long as she came, he would definitely know who Dao Yuan was in Great Nightmare City. The next morning, the news of Taoist Crocodile's death spread throughout Great Nightmare City, but it didn't cause too much of a stir because the governor had changed too frequently in these years. Taoist Crocodile won the position of governor last year, so it wasn't surprising that he was killed. However, some news still caused a lot of discussion. For example, the new governor was Ji Lung, a ruthless character who had followed Taoist Crocodile for many years and was known for his resourcefulness. In just one night, he firmly controlled the forces under Taoist Crocodile's command with an iron fist, and there wasn't any turmoil. For example, the one who killed Taoist Crocodile was a ruthless character named Dao Yuan, who was now serving Ji Lung. This made the practitioners in the city more respectful and fearful of Ji Lung. In their opinion, Ji Lung recruited a ruthless character who could kill Taoist Crocodile, which showed how powerful Ji Lung was. Of course, only Ji Lung himself knew the real situation. He was just a puppet in front of the stage. In short, from this day onwards, Great Nightmare City had a new governor, and the name Daoyuan was already known by everyone in the city. Lin Sun didn't care about this. He was making the best use of his time to cultivate. Xi's life and death were unknown, and he hadn't returned yet, which made him realize how terrifying the purple-clothed woman, Star Yin, was. The forbidden power of order was under control again, and the new nameless Supreme Emperor had arrived. Lin Sun didn't need to think at all to know that if the other party knew that he was in the dark world, she would definitely come to find him immediately. This was also the reason why Lin Sun kept such a low profile after arriving in Great Nightmare City. He even deliberately concealed his aura. However, this low profile made him the target of others. Not only was he seen as a fat sheep, but he was also used by others to kill others, which led to a series of disturbances. This also made Lin Sun realize how dangerous and turbulent the dark world was. If one wanted to establish a foothold here, even if one didn't cause trouble, there would always be unexpected troubles and disasters that came knocking on one's door. In terms of cultivation, there is still a long way to go before I reach the peak of the third heaven of Quasi-Emperor realm. Although she is not here for the time being, the Sword Emperor of Chaos is still here. I can continue to spar with him and train myself. Apart from this, I should focus on cultivating the Great Path clones. The more Great Path clones with consciousness and cultivation, the more beneficial it will be for my cultivation. In the governor's residence, Lin Sun meditated as he pondered. At this moment, he was using his original body. Only the transformation of the original body could cause the power of the Great Path clones to transform as well. In the end, his original body was the foundation of his cultivation. Suddenly, the bronze sword case that Lin Sun put aside trembled slightly. Lin Sun immediately stopped cultivating and opened the sword case. Swoosh! Ye's figure rushed out, his body flowing with a dreamy rain of sword chi. The brilliant sword will illuminated the whole room. Lin Sun keenly sensed at once that Ye's aura was stronger than before after only one day. Although this change was small, it could be said to be amazing. Could it be because of the sword case? As soon as this thought came to Lin Sun's mind, he heard Yi say, "Lin Sun, this sword case is not simple at all." There was a rare hint of joy in his voice. When not fighting, Ye's temperament had always been very calm and quiet. However, it was obvious that he had encountered something unexpected this time, which was why he was so excited. Chapter 2162. He couldn't hold back his joy and continued. If I'm right, this sword case should be called Sword World. What is hidden in it is not a magic weapon, but a world for sword spirits to cultivate. This world is derived from the supreme law of Sword Tao. Every grass, every tree, every mountain and river is branded with the supreme essence of Sword Tao. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but be moved and said, "It seems to be very similar to Sword Realm." Yi nodded repeatedly. Yes, Sword Realm is the embodiment of swordsman's cultivation, while Sword World is a real world. The two are similar, but the difference is that this sword world really exists. Speaking of this, he couldn't help sighing with emotion. To be able to refine a world of Sword Tao in a sword case. I'm afraid it's difficult for the ancestors of Sword Tao to do this. Lin Sun's pupil shrank. Even the ancestors of Sword Tao couldn't do this? This was undoubtedly incredible. Emperors may have the power to destroy a world, but it's very difficult to create a world. Do you know that those who can control such power are just like the creator? He said, however, this sword world is very special. It seems to be specially created for sword spirits. Only sword spirits like me can enter it to cultivate and comprehend the law of Sword Tao in the world of Sword Tao. Lin Sun realized why this sword case had been sealed after falling into the hands of Taoist crocodile. It turned out that it wasn't something that cultivators could use at all. Cultivating in it can not only speed up my recovery, but also help me comprehend more mysterious laws of Sword Tao. Yi looked very excited. Lin Sun was also happy for him. Wu Kei had the insignificance bow, and the spirit of the broken blade had the broken blade, so they could rely on refining imperial weapons to restore their vitality. Only he lost his body and couldn't do this. Now, with this sword box that contained the Sunluo sword realm, it was as if he had a cave that he could cultivate in. He no longer had to hide his hair like before. He was a little embarrassed and said, "Lin Sun, this sword case contains a world that can't be put away. You can only carry it in the future. It's not difficult. It's a piece of cake." Lin Sun laughed. From that day onwards, Yi entered the world of the sword scabbard to cultivate. In the following period of time, there would be a peerless, ruthless man who carried a sword case on his back in the dark world. A few days later, "Senior, this is bad." Jilung hurried over and stood outside the main hall to report. He called Lin Sun Senior more and more smoothly now. Even though he could see that Lin Sun was actually extremely young according to the skeletal age of a practitioner, it was natural for him to call Lin Sun Senior. On the path of cultivation, those who were strong were revered. What happened? In the hall, Lin Sun woke up from meditation. After hearing the news of Daoist Crocodile's death, the city lord of Flame Sin City, Meng Tu Fu, who is 9,000 miles away from our Great Abyss City, came with his subordinates. Jilung's expression was calm, and he did not panic. Meng Tufu was a ruthless character. He had once defeated Daoist Crocodile, but in comparison, Jilung was more afraid of this ridiculously young senior Dao Yuan. There's no doubt that they want to annex Great Turtle City. Speaking of this, Jilung could not help but show a look of embarrassment and said, So I have to trouble you, senior." Lin Sun sighed. It had only been a few days of peace, and trouble came to him again. "Let's go." Lin Sun stood up and walked out of the main hall. Jilung's spirits were instantly aroused, and he shook his head like an old rooster as he followed up step by step in an extremely flattering manner. Outside the city, a group of figures stood in the void, emitting a murderous aura that made the world pale. The leader was a thin, middle-aged man who looked like a scholar. He wore a Confucian robe and held a feather fan in his hand. If they did not see it with their own eyes, no one would have thought that this thin, middle-aged man was the city lord of Flame Sin City, a peerless great sage with the title of Meng Tufu. Remember, we're here to sound out Jilung's background. Once something goes wrong, we'll leave immediately. Meng Tufu gently waved his feather fan, and his eyes flickered. Someone said, "City Lord, Daoist Crocodile's death must have something to do with that cunning Jilung. As for that bullsh asterisk T Dao Yuan guy, it's obvious that Jilung is using him as a cover to fool people." Meng Tufu's eyes were cold and gloomy. "If that's the case, let's take down Great Turtle City today. But to be careful, we'd better sound them out first." "He's coming," someone said. In the sky above the empty city gate in the distance, a tall and outstanding figure appeared out of thin air, carrying a sword case on his back, elegant and refined. Behind him, Jilung followed like an old dog, looking extremely respectful. This scene made Meng Tufu's pupils shrink and his eyelids twitch violently. He suddenly realized that they seemed to have guessed wrong. Jilung, the city lord, was more like a cover. "Jilung, our city lord has heard that you've become the city lord of Great Nightmare City. So he's here to congratulate you," a man said in a cold voice. "In addition, we also want to see what kind of strong man Dao Yuan, who killed Taoist Crocodile, is." Jilung didn't pay attention to him at all. Instead, he lowered his head and said in a flattering voice, "Senior, the guy in the middle is Meng Tufu. Although he looks like a scholar, he's actually cruel and his hands are stained with blood. That's how he got the title of Butcher." Such a scene caused a wave of surprise and bewilderment to arise in Meng Tufu's heart. "Senior? Ha ha ha! Jilung, you old fox, what trick are you playing now? How dare you call a young man senior? Are you shameless?" One man laughed. Jilung also laughed. It was a pitiful laugh. He had an indescribable, strange feeling in his heart. He couldn't wait for these fellows to dance more happily. When they were beaten to the ground, it would definitely be very satisfying. But Lin Sun didn't want to listen to them anymore. For him, time was precious, and it was not worthwhile to waste it on these people. Therefore, when Meng Tufu considered his words and was about to sound them out, Lin Sun took action. He stood in the void and waved his sleeves. Countless practitioners in the city who were watching the situation nervously felt a tingling in front of their eyes, as if they saw countless dazzling sword chi falling from the sky like a rainstorm. Puff, puff. Then, a muffled sound reverberated between heaven and earth. The scarlet blood, like dye, painted the void into a dazzling red. When people finally saw clearly, Meng Tufu and his companions had already disappeared outside the city. Only blood was flowing all over the ground. The world was silent, and the whole audience was trembling. With a wave of his sleeves, the sword chi was like rain, killing all the enemies. His unparalleled and proud demeanor almost made people suspect that he was a supreme sword god who came to the world with his sword. Clean up the battlefield. Lin Sun turned around and left. The opponents were too weak, and he felt no sense of achievement in his heart. There was only one feeling in his heart: boring. When Lin Sun's figure disappeared, Ji Lung was still in a daze, and his mind was trembling uncontrollably. What kind of horrible existence was this? A gust of cold wind, mixed with the pungent smell of blood, woke Ji Lung up from the shock. He took a deep breath, and his voice was like thunder as he shouted, "Come, clean up the spoils of war. The rest of you, follow me to kill our way to Flame Sin City." After the shock, Ji Lung felt an unprecedented excitement. With the death of Meng Tufu and his companions, the Flame Sin City that was so far away had become an ownerless place. Rumble. Not long after, Ji Lung impatiently led a group of people and charged towards Flame Sin City with a murderous aura, and they swept up a cloud of dust along the way. On this day, Meng Tufu and his companions were annihilated, and Flame Sin City fell. All the wealth that Meng Tufu had plundered over the years was wiped out. On this day, the name Sword Demon Dao Abyss spread like wildfire, and it flew to many nearby cities as if it had wings. For a time, it caused an uproar. With a flick of his sleeve, the sword filled the world. The battle of Sword Demon Dao Abyss was discussed by countless people, and even some vicious people that had been in the dark world for many years were extremely shocked in their hearts. It was also from this day onwards that numerous experts swarmed towards Daming City from all directions. For a time, this inconspicuous and shabby city actually glowed with a brand new vitality and became bustling. This was the influence of Lin Sun's battle. The dark world was too turbulent, and blood and slaughter occurred practically every day. For the sake of survival, most of the experts could only choose to stay in a city and obtain the protection of the city lord. Although they would be exploited layer by layer, it was relatively safer, and they could live longer in this turbulent world. Lin Sun's appearance and the terrifying combat strength he revealed caused Daming City to instantly become a refuge in the hearts of many cultivators, and they successively came to seek refuge. In regards to this, Ji Lung, the city lord on the surface, couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Every time a cultivator sought refuge in the city, it was equivalent to gaining an endless source of wealth. How could he not be happy? He was an old man who was resourceful, and didn't lack strength. With his identity as a city lord to rectify the order and set the rules, Daming City seemed to show a scene of prosperity. Lin Sun didn't care about all this, and he couldn't be bothered to ask about it. He practically didn't leave his residence, and he was always cultivating. However, he still noticed that the wealth collected by the city lord's mansion was increasing ceaselessly, and it was like a rolling snowball that was getting bigger and bigger. Of course, most of this wealth entered Lin Sun's pocket in the end. This could only prove that the current Daming City had indeed become different from before, and Ji Lung, the city lord who was resourceful, had indeed performed very well. But everything had its pros and cons. Although the eye-catching performance of Daming City had attracted numerous experts to seek refuge, it had also caused the fear and dissatisfaction of many city lords in this vast area. Chapter 2163. However, due to the fact that Daming City was in the limelight and the deep fear of Sword Devil Tau Abyss, the city lords in the nearby territories chose to endure. Wait and see. After all, This was the dark world where the order had collapsed and the weak were prey to the strong, not the outside world. The more conspicuous a character was, the more likely it was to meet with an accident. Even though Grand Turtle City has been forcefully occupied by the Sword Devil Dao, Abyss, and Jilong, it's one of the many cities under the command of Domain Lord He Kong, after all. Daoist Crocodile had an extremely good relationship with some of the capable subordinates under Domain Lord He Kong when he was alive. If these people don't recognize Sword Devil Tao Abyss and Jilong, the happier they are now, the more miserable they will be when they die. A city lord made such an inference. Let's wait and see. In half a month, it will be the time to pay tribute to Region Lord He Kong once a month. At that time, the generals under the command of Region Lord He Kong will definitely go to Daming City to help Region Lord He Kong collect the property. Maybe it will be the time when Sword Devil Tao Abyss will be in trouble. Someone sneered. Half a month. I can bear a little longer. Unlike the outside world, although the dark world was vast and comparable to the Hongmeng world, it was like a place where the spiritual power was exhausted. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was thin and gloomy. Most of the mountains and rivers were barren and unruly, compared with the Hongmeng world, where the spiritual energy was extremely rich and famous mountains and blessed lands were everywhere. The dark world was like a barren land. In addition, the dark world was extremely turbulent and order collapsed. Ordinary small forces could not survive for too long. For example, Daming City had changed more than 100 city lords in just 1,000 years. Only some behemoths could survive in the dark world for a longer time. For example, the 3 giants of the dark world, each of them had an ancient foundation that could be compared with the 6 Tao courts and the 10 war clans. However, most forces in the dark world were showing signs of being in a precarious situation, and no one knew when they would be annihilated. Therefore, although Lin Sun's nickname Sword Devil Tao Abyss had become famous recently, it was very eye-catching. But for many old people who made a living in the dark world, there was also the danger of being destroyed at any time. Woo woo woo. Wind and sand wreak havoc between heaven and earth. Outside of Great Nightmare City, the mountains and rivers were vast and boundless. Baleful energy was rising everywhere, and the smell of blood that had accumulated for many years filled the air. Lin Sun sat alone on the city wall, holding a gourd to drink. This was already the 23rd day since he came to the dark world, but she had yet to appear. What was the result of that battle? Lin Sun couldn't guess. Regardless of whether it was she or Star Yan, their strength had long since reached a world-shocking level. They could kill martial emperors like they were chickens. They were unimaginably powerful. Not even a martial emperor would be able to predict the battle between the two. Senior, so you're here. From afar, Jilong flew over with a respectful expression. What's up? Lin Sun didn't look back. Perhaps because there were too many fights and turbulences, the dark world was full of evil spirits and the environment was extremely bad. Especially outside the city, between the mountains and rivers, the evil spirits were rolling and thick like smoke. If one stayed there for a long time, his mind would be tainted, let alone cultivating. This reminded Lin Sun of what Mu Chuan once said. The dark world was never a place of reproduction, but a training field. Here, life was like grass, and blood and killing would never stop. No one would be willing to come to the dark world if they weren't forced into a corner. In fact, it was true that one could only rely on Taoist crystals to cultivate here. Whoever could control more Taoist crystals could become stronger and live longer. Jilong whispered, in 3 days, the 2 generals under He Kong will come to collect the tribute. Lin Sun also knew that the forces under He Kong controlled 109 cities in the Cold Sky territory. Every month, the lords of these cities had to pay tribute to He Kong. The so-called tribute was 60% of the wealth collected by each city every month. Daming City was one of the many cities under He Kong's control. Now, although Taoist Crocodile was dead, Jilong was already the city lord. The tribute of Daming City naturally needed to be paid by Jilong. Then give it to them. Lin Sun didn't care. In this dark world, He didn't want to expand his territory. He didn't mind paying some price when he could avoid trouble. Jilong was stunned and said in a low voice, "Senior, our forces have now controlled 4 cities in the nearby territory. In addition to Daming City, there are Flamesin City, Beidou City, and Watercaltrip City. 7 small Taoist crystal mines and some other mineral veins containing various ores and divine materials have also been occupied by us. I have estimated that we can collect about 3 million Taoist crystals every day. In 1 month, we can collect 90 million Taoist crystals. Excluding all expenses, we can leave about 70 million Taoist crystals." Speaking of this, Jilong took a deep breath and said, "If we give 60% of the tribute to the Heikong region, it will be a large number." These days, Jilong was like a warmonger. He fought from north to south. First, he swallowed Meng Tufu's Flame Sin City. Then he broke through Beidou City and Watercaltrip City. In fact, when they learned that Meng Tufu was killed and that the situation was not good, the city lords of Beidou City and Watercaltrip City had already abandoned the cities with their wealth. This was also one of the reasons why Jilong could swallow up the territory so easily. However, Lin Sun still didn't expect that just by controlling 4 cities, the number of Tao gems collected in one day could reach an astonishing 3 million. 90 million Taoist crystals in 1 month. Lin Sun was shocked when he learned this number with his current vision and cultivation. However, after thinking for a moment, Lin Sun said calmly, "Well, do things according to the rules. Do we really have to pay 60% of the tribute?" Jilong was a little anxious. He earned 70 million Taoist crystals in 1 month, but he had to pay 60%, which was 42 million Taoist crystals. Who wouldn't feel pain? "Do you want to see me fight against Region Lord Heikong?" Lin Sun glanced at him. Jilong suddenly broke into a cold sweat and shook his head quickly. "How dare I? I promise to do as you say." Through this matter, Jilong suddenly felt confused in his heart. He couldn't understand this young man who called himself Dao Yuan. His strength was so terrible, but he seemed to have no ambition at all. If it were any other strong man with such terrible fighting power, he would have been busy expanding his power and earning more Taoist crystals in order to become stronger so that he could live longer in the dark world. But this Dao Yuan simply had a pure heart and few desires. He did not have the slightest bit of ambition. This was undoubtedly too strange. In the end, Jilong only thought of one possibility. That was, Lin Sun either had a bigger plan or he didn't care about those Taoist crystals at all. No matter which possibility it was, the more Jilong thought about it, the more frightened he was, and the more he feared Lin Sun. He knew very well that the smartest thing he could do was to be a good city lord. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The 2 capable subordinates of Region Lord Heikong arrived just in time. One looked like a young man with a strong body, cold eyes like a knife, wearing a scarlet cloak. His name was Shan Yong, and the other was Xing Lianqi, wearing a brocade robe, short and fat like a ball. Both of them were in the 3rd stage of Quasi-Emperor realm. Jilong, who had been waiting outside Great Comet City for a long time, immediately revealed an incomparably warm and humble smile when he saw the 2 figures appear and went forward to welcome them. "I, Jilong, pay my respects to the 2 lords." "Pa!" As soon as his voice fell, he was slapped away. His cheeks were red and swollen, his mouth and nose were bleeding, and he fell to the ground in a sorry state. Shan Yong's expression was cold, and his momentum was oppressive. "I heard that you killed Taoist crocodile?" Jilong climbed up, covering his red and swollen cheeks. His expression was gloomy. Never had he imagined that he would be slapped so rudely as soon as they met. Such a simple and crude method caused him to feel an unprecedented sense of humiliation. He took a deep breath, lowered his head, and said, "Lord, if you're here to avenge Taoist crocodile, you can do it now. If you're here to help Region Lord Heikong collect the tributes, please pay attention to propriety." A cold light flashed in Shan Yong's eyes. Just as he was about to make a move, he was stopped by Xing Lianqi. "He's just a small character. Why are you so angry?" Xing Lianqi said with a smile. What's more, Taoist crocodile is already dead. In this dark world, dead people have no value. After a pause, he said to Jilong, "Are the tributes ready?" Jilong nodded. "They're ready." The 4 cities of nightmare, Flame Sin, Beidou, and Water Caltrip add up to a total of 42 million Tao crystals. Xing Lianqi praised, "I can see that you're a very resourceful person. However, this is far from enough." Jilong immediately understood and said, "I've also prepared some small gifts for the 2 lords. I'm waiting for the 2 lords to take a look." Xing Lianqi laughed and turned to Shan Yong. "Look, this guy is a smart person. He's much stronger than Taoist crocodile." Then he smacked his lips and sighed. "It's just that, it's still not enough." Jilong was startled and forced a smile. "Lord, as the saying goes, a thin stream will flow for a long time. In the future, when I manage these 4 cities well, I'll definitely hand over more tributes. Of course, there will be benefits for the 2 of you." Shan Yong suddenly snorted. "Jilong, do you know that when we came here, we've already decided to get rid of you? You actually dare to bargain now? Do you believe that I'll kill you now?" An overwhelming killing intent spread out from Shan Yong's body, oppressing Jilong to the point that he felt suffocated as if he had fallen into an ice cave. At the same time, Xing Lianqi said with a smile, "How about this, since you're smart? As long as you hand over 100 million Tao crystals this time, we won't pursue the matter of you killing Taoist crocodile. How about it? 100 million. Chapter 2164. Any ordinary spiritual material, when piled up into a mountain, would be so valuable that it would be tempting to any cultivator. The Tao crystal was not only an extremely expensive currency, but it was also a cultivation source suitable for cultivators above the sage realm. This also made the value of the Tao crystal far more valuable than ordinary spiritual stones and spiritual marrow. An ordinary sage realm cultivator who possessed millions of Tao crystal was already considered to be very valuable. Even if he was a quasi-emperor cultivator, possessing millions of Tao crystal, he could be said to be rich, and his wealth was astonishing. As for the 100 million Tao crystal, this astronomical number would definitely make an emperor realm cultivator drool and green with envy. But now, Xing Lianqi and Shan Yong had asked for 100 million Tao crystal. This was no longer as simple as collecting the tributes. It was simply forcing Jilong to his death. Jilong was stunned for a while before he said in a low voice, "2 lords, this 100 million Tao crystal is not a small number, small slap." Before he finished speaking, Shan Yong slapped Jilong's face again, causing him to fly out. His cheeks were red and swollen, and blood spurted out from his mouth and nose. Many cultivators in the city had been watching for a long time. When they saw the scene, they could not help but gasp. The 2 quasi-emperors under the command of the Heikong region lord were simply too overbearing. It even made people suspect that they were not here to collect the tributes, but purely to find trouble with Jilong and avenge the dead Taoist crocodile. "Now I'll give you 2 choices. 1, hand over the 100 million Tao crystal, and we will let bygones be bygones." Shan Yong looked arrogant, and his eyes were cold. 2, die. His words were concise, but his killing intent was overflowing. Xing Lianqi sighed and said, "Jilong, we are also helping Lord Heikong to do something. Don't make it too difficult for us. You should know that even if you die now, there will be a new city lord tomorrow to help us take care of these 4 cities." Taking a deep breath, Jilong suppressed the anger in his heart. He got up from the ground and said in a low voice, "2 lords, can you give me some time to prepare? After all, this is really not a small number." Xing Lianqi immediately smiled, appearing extremely benevolent. "Sure, go ahead. We will leave in the time it takes for a joss stick to burn. I hope you won't disappoint us then." Shan Yong said coldly, "There's one more thing. I heard that there's someone called the Sword Demon Tao Abyss in Great Lapis City. Recently, his performance has been very conspicuous. Why didn't he come out with you to welcome us? Could it be that he looks down on us?" Jilong was stunned, and he hurriedly smiled apologetically. "Sirs, please calm your anger. Senior Dao Yuan is at the critical moment of his closed-door cultivation, and he's truly unable to split himself. Can't split into two? Shan Yang's eyes turn cold. What arrogance! If that's the case, why don't we take the initiative to meet him? His voice was filled with threats and dissatisfaction. Jilung's expression was gloomy. He could endure the humiliation of being slapped twice in public. After all, he had to survive in the dark world. When it was time to bow his head, he could throw all his dignity and integrity to the back of his head. But he didn't dare to disturb Lin Sun because of this. Jilung's hesitant attitude made Shan Yang's face turn gloomy. Jilung, I think you don't want to live. He raised his hand and was about to slap Jilung again. Just at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Kneel down. Just 2 words, plain and natural. Jilung immediately recognized that it was Lin Sun's voice. He couldn't help but tremble in his heart. In the end, he still disturbed this ruthless person. At the same time, he also felt dizzy and almost couldn't believe it. Kneel down? They were the 2 quasi-emperor generals under the command of the Heikong region lord. Their status was high, and their combat strength was strong enough to make any ruthless person who made a living in this territory tremble in fear. But now, Senior Dao Yuan said that he wanted them to kneel down. Jilung couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. But what happened next caused him to be completely dumbfounded. Because when the word kneel down fell, Shan Yong and Xing Lianqi, who were standing in the void, fell fiercely to the ground as if they had been suppressed by a terrifying force. They wanted to struggle, but their knees were directly broken, blood splattered, and then they knelt down together. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds were heard, and the ground collapsed. Looking at the scene again, the previously arrogant and cold Shan Yong and Xing Lianqi were both prostrating on the ground and kneeling outside the city gate of Daming City. Furthermore, this was merely the power produced by a single voice. Just 2 words. If they were told to kneel down, they had to kneel down. Just like a god whose words were the law. The scene was dead silent. Jilung opened his eyes wide, and there was an uncontrollable roar in the depths of his heart. That Senior Dao Yuan was not a saint at all, but was most likely a quasi-emperor, and he was not comparable to an ordinary quasi-emperor. Inside the city, many experts who saw this scene were stunned, both physically and mentally shocked. In this silent atmosphere, Lin Sun's tall figure appeared above the city gate. His clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind, and he was indifferent like a banished immortal. He looked down at the 2 quasi-emperors who were kneeling on the ground, and his eyes were as calm as an ancient well. No matter how much tribute should be handed over to the Heikong region lord, I will not give a piece less, and those that should not be handed over, I will not give a piece more. You 2 have broken the rules. On the ground, Shan Yong and Xing Lianqi looked livid, and their hearts were filled with anger and fear. Just the power produced by a voice could easily suppress them. How could they not understand that they had kicked an iron plate this time? Don't talk nonsense. Kill us if you have the guts. Shan Yong gritted his teeth. Even if he was afraid, he was full of confidence, and that was in the territory controlled by the Heikong region lord. He did not believe that Lin Sun dared to kill them. Unfortunately, his so-called confidence might be able to shock others, but it did not work on Lin Sun at all. Bang! With a muffled sound, Shan Yong's kneeling body was completely paralyzed on the ground. His spirit was crushed, and his eyes were wide open, as if he could not believe what had happened. It's easy to die. Lin Sun looked indifferent, as if he had not killed a 3rd-stage quasi-emperor, but an ant that was not worth mentioning. The understatement made Xing Lianqi could not help screaming, "Senior, please don't be angry. Please don't be angry. I know I was wrong." He kowtowed crazily, and his heart was drowned by boundless fear. For thousands of years, it was the first time that he saw such a ruthless man who was not afraid of the Heikong region lord in the territory controlled by the Heikong region lord. This was undoubtedly terrible. If you are wrong, you have to pay the price. Lin Sun said, "Tell me, who asked you to come here to make trouble? Don't tell me that an emperor like the Heikong region lord will think about avenging a dead man like Taoist crocodile." Xing Lianqi's expression changed. After a while, he said disappointedly, I was blinded by lard and was bewitched by others. That's why I came with Shan Yong, to deliberately make things difficult for you. The purpose is not to avenge Taoist crocodile, but to suppress your arrogance. It turned out that when Xing Lianqi and Shan Yong came here, they had received some benefits from some city lords in order to let Hope use them to suppress Lin Sun and Jilong. The reason was that Lin Sun and Jilong rose too fast and expanded their territory too rapidly, which seriously threatened the other city lords in this territory. Knowing this, Lin Sun was not surprised, but Jilong said angrily, well, I knew it would not be so simple. So, the Heikong region lord doesn't know what you two have done at all? Xing Lianqi bowed his head and acquiesced. They had received money from others to eliminate disasters for them. But this time, they had kicked an iron plate. What else could they say? Senior, please forgive me. I promise that this kind of thing will never happen again. Xing Lianqi begged in a trembling voice. Lin Sun said indifferently, I can forgive you once, but I don't know whether the Heikong region lord will forgive you after you go back this time. Then, he told Jilong, give him the tribute and let him go. But Jilong still wanted to say something, but Lin Sun's figure had already disappeared from the top of the city wall. You're lucky. Jilong glanced at Xing Lianqi with resentment. In next to no time, Xing Lianqi carried the feeling of having survived a calamity as he left hastily with the tribute that Jilong handed over. Shan Yong is the right-hand man of the Heikong region lord, but now he was killed by you. Wait and see. The Heikong region lord will never let you go. Xing Lianqi, who was fleeing in panic, was sure that he really survived this time when he couldn't see the Daming City anymore. On the same day, the news that Shan Yong was killed and Xing Lianqi fled spread out. It immediately caused a stir in the Daming City and set off a great uproar. Later on, the news spread to the other cities nearby, causing an uproar for a while. He actually dared to kill the general under the command of the Heikong region lord. Is the sword devil, Tao Yuan, crazy? He's finished. This is destined to be a great disaster. In all these years, no one has ever dared to kill the people of the Heikong region lord. Let's go. We can't stay in the Daming City any longer. Maybe one day, the anger of the Heikong region lord will be vented. The fish in the moat will be affected by the fire in the city gate. From this day on, many experts who originally lived in the 4 cities of the Daming City, the Flamesin City, the Beidou City, and the Kaltra Corner City, left in a hurry. The reason was very simple. It was because Lin Sun killed the people of the Heikong region lord. When they learned of this news, the city lords of the other cities in this territory were overjoyed. They didn't expect that the sword devil Tao Yuan would be so bold and dare to poke such a big hornet's nest. This was completely courting death. Wait and see. The Heikong region lord will definitely not give up. If the sword devil Tao Yuan is smart, he will definitely not dare to stay in the Daming City anymore. Otherwise, he is destined to be in trouble. Many city lords were looking forward to it excitedly. For a time, the situation changed. The Daming City, which was favored by countless experts, suddenly became a dangerous place of trouble. No one believed that the sword devil Tao Yuan could withstand the anger of the Heikong region lord. The moon is bright in my hometown. I wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 2165. The wind was whistling. The Daming City had just been lively for a few days. With the news that Lin Sun had offended the governor of Heikong City, the whole city suddenly returned to its original state and even became more desolate than before. The governor's mansion. Senior, how about we run away? Jilong gritted his teeth with a fierce look flashing in his eyes. There are 10 governors in the whole Cold Sky territory. Each of them controls different territories. If the governor of Heikong City can't tolerate us, we can go to other territories. Even if the whole Cold Sky territory can't tolerate us, we can go to other territories. After a pause, he continued, as the saying goes, if there is no place for you here, there will be another place for you. With your strength, why worry about not being able to make a comeback? Lin Sun sat cross-legged on the ground, feeling the mystery of the scarlet flame Taoist figure which had just condensed its consciousness and cultivation. Hearing this, he said casually, "Don't you think too much?" "Think too much?" Jilong was stunned for a moment and then became anxious. "Senior, as far as I know, although the governor of Haikong City is an emperor, he is narrow-minded and will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. We killed Shanyong, so he will definitely not let us go." Before he finished, he was interrupted by Lin Sun. "Things are not that bad yet. If you want to leave, you can leave now. If you want to stay, I promise you won't be in trouble." Jilong was shocked for a while. He couldn't guess where Lin Sun's confidence came from. "Go." Lin Sun waved his hand and ordered him to leave. "Then I won't bother you anymore, senior." Jilong left with doubts in his mind. Should he leave or stay? Lin Sun didn't care about Jilong's feelings. With a thought, the scarlet flame Taoist figure in a red robe appeared. Just yesterday, he successfully condensed the consciousness and cultivation of the scarlet flame Taoist figure, which could save a lot of time and energy for Lin Sun's practice. From today on, you will practice the 9 Cauldrons World Suppression Scripture, the Scripture of Burning Tao, the 3 Talents Returning Method, and the Impartation of No Return. Lin Sun imparted the power he possessed to the Scarlet Flame Taoist figure through his consciousness. Among them, the Scripture of Burning Tao was the supreme inheritance created by the 5th senior brother, Qi Jun's senior brother Qi Jun, was a terrible existence that even senior sister Ruo Su admitted that she was not as good as him. The Taoist scripture he inherited was no trivial matter. The 3 Talents Return to Origin method was a Taoist scripture created by the 15th senior brother Qing Ting, and it was equally marvelous. The 3 Scripture of Cultivation was created by the 15th senior brother Qing. After imparting several kinds of inheritance, Lin Sun put away the Scarlet Flame Taoist body. With the Green Wood Taoist body and the Scarlet Fire Taoist body to help me cultivate and comprehend the Great Tao, I'll be able to condense the Yellow Earth Taoist body's consciousness and Tao in less than a month. Cultivation laying the most in the Tao of Tian, the sect of the Taoist Tao Sun, and the Lin Chun Tao. The most amazing thing was that the increase in cultivation also caused the power of the Great Path clone to increase along with it. His cultivation had also improved greatly. At this rate of cultivation, I will be able to comprehend all the parts of the quasi-emperor realm in the Taoist scriptures and turn them in my own before I become an emperor. Only by learning from others and mastering them will I be able to build a strong foundation. My Tao is to contain all the Taos in the world and develop all the laws in the world. Only in this way can I be the only one. Lin Sun fell in a deep thought. While waiting for Shi, he realized that if he did not improve his combat strength as soon as possible, the situation in the future would only become more and more dangerous. Cold Sky Territory, Tianmu Mountain. The mountain was tens of thousands of feet high and majestic. From the foot of the mountain to the top, ancient and magnificent buildings meandered all the way to the top of the mountain. Apart from that, there were layers upon layers of obscure and terrifying restrictive formations that enveloped the entire heavenly Marshall Mountain. In a snow-white palace at the top of the mountain, the Regent Lord He Kong sat on the central seat. He frowned slightly, and his eyes were frightening. He was dressed in a black robe, and his thick blood-colored long hair was draped over his shoulders, revealing a handsome and fair face, and a pair of deep eyes that were brighter than stars. The Regent Lord He Kong, whose Taoist name was He Kong Evil Emperor, appeared in the Dark World 139,000 years ago. There were different opinions about his origin. Some said that he used to be the supreme elder of a primordial imperial clan. Because he made an unforgivable mistake, he was suppressed by the clan. After he luckily escaped, he sneaked into the Dark World. Some said that he was an old monster of the Heavenly Ghost Fighting Clan, one of the 10 great fighting clans. Because he had killed too many people, he was wanted by many great forces and was forced to hide in the Dark World. There were also people who said, in short, no matter what the story was, it only proved that the He Kong Evil Emperor was very strong. He was so strong that even the legends about him had a chilling taste to them. The hall was silent. Xing Lianqi, knelt on the ground. He was anxious and didn't dare to breathe loudly. A single voice was able to suppress the two of you. From the looks of it, this so-called sword demon Dao Abyss is also an incredible character. After a long time, the Heikong evil emperor sighed with emotion. Xing Lianxi gritted his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, no matter how great this man is, he has already provoked your Majesty. He can't be tolerated." The Heikong evil emperor sneered. "Xing Lianxi, let me ask you, why did he only kill Shan Yong, but let you live and come to see me with tributes?" Xing Lianxi was stunned. Before he could speak, the Heikong evil emperor said coldly, "If you don't tell me the truth, don't blame me for being rude." Xing Lianxi suddenly shivered, and his expression changed. When he reported to the Heikong evil emperor before, he did conceal some facts and only said some words that were unfavorable to Lin Sun. But obviously, his careful thoughts were seen through. "Your Majesty, I know my mistake." Xing Lianxi showed a look of fear and sorrow and kowtowed to the ground fiercely. "I just want to know the truth." The Heikong evil emperor was expressionless. "If you don't tell me, when I find out, you will only die more miserably." Xing Lianxi's face changed greatly. He took a deep breath and forced himself to tell the truth, including how he and Shan Yong received benefits from those city lords and how they suppressed Lin Sun and Jilong. He didn't dare to hide anything at all. After hearing this, the Heikong evil emperor laughed, but the smile made Xing Lianxi's hair stand on end, and his soul almost came out of his body. A dog bites when it's cornered, let alone extorting 100 million Tao gems. When the Heikong evil emperor stood up, there was no trace of smile on his face. "If it were me, I would have killed you long ago. There are indeed no rules to speak of in this world of darkness. However, in my territory, the rules set by me are the greatest rules. However, I never imagined that you would dare to break my rules for the sake of some so-called benefits. You guys sure have guts." Xing Lianxi was soaked with cold sweat, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He suddenly thought of Lin Sun's words, "I can't forgive you, but it depends on whether Region Lord Heikong will forgive you." It was also at this time that he discovered that compared with the death of his subordinates, Region Lord Heikong cared more about the rules he had set, but they were violated and broken by his subordinates. "I must avenge Shan Yong's death. After all, he was my subordinate after all. I can't just sit back and watch him being killed like this." The Heikong evil emperor thought, "But before you take revenge, don't you think you should pay for your mistakes?" Xing Lianxi's face was full of fear. "Your Honor, although I made some mistakes, I don't deserve to die." "No, you must die." Heikong evil the Arch had a serious look on his face. "If you die, I will be able to avenge you more confidently, right?" Before his voice died away, he stretched out his hand and gently plucked it in the air. Puff! Xing Lianxi's head was picked off like a fruit and fell into the palm of the Heikong evil emperor. At the moment of his death, his face was covered with intense horror. Heikong evil emperor raised his hand and closed Xing Lianxi's widened eyes. Then he said softly, "Someone, bring this head to Great Lotus City's sword demon Dao Abyss. Tell him that I'm fair in rewards and punishments, and I'm thirsty for talent. From today onwards, as long as he, sword demon Dao Abyss, submits to me, I won't pursue the past matters." "Yes." A hoarse voice sounded outside the hall. At the same time, Xing Lianxi's head was thrown out of the hall. In the hall, the Heikong evil emperor said slowly, "Good saber should be used well. It would be a pity to kill him. Daming City." When Jilong appeared with Xing Lianxi's bloody head in his hands, Lin Sun, who was cultivating, couldn't help but be stunned. "You want me to submit?" he asked. "Yes." Jilong's expression was filled with reverence and flattery. So it can be seen that Lord Heikong is indeed a person who clearly rewards and punishes, and his discerning eyes are like torches. He knows that Senior's combat strength is outstanding, so he cherishes talent. This is a great thing. At the end of his words, his voice became excited. "Huh." Lin Sun laughed with a strange look in his eyes. "Well, as long as he doesn't worry about getting into trouble, why not?" Jilong was stunned. What did this mean? Lin Sun no longer explained. He waved his hand and said, "Go and ask the region lord what are the conditions for submission. As long as it's not too much, I can agree to all of them." Jilong became more and more suspicious. He felt that Lin Sun agreed too quickly, which made him feel a little uneasy, but he didn't dare to ask more and hurriedly left. After Jilong left, Lin Sun couldn't help laughing again and murmured in his heart, "It's you who jumped into the pit yourself. It'll be too late to climb out later." Lin Sun was very sure that his identity would be discovered sooner or later in this dark world. And when his identity was really exposed, as his big brother, how could the region lord of Haikong not be implicated? Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel pity for him. A sword has two edges. If he didn't use it well, he would cut himself. When he got Lin Sun's reply, the Haikong evil emperor also laughed and felt carefree in his heart. Chapter 2166. Whoosh! A beautifully made map of the territory of the Cold Sky Territory was unfolded, which detailed the distribution of the major cities in the Cold Sky Territory. The territories controlled by the 10 region lords were clearly marked out. Haikong stared at the map with his eyes full of divine light. In the end, he fiercely poked an area with his finger and said in a low voice, "Send a message to the sword fiend Dao Abyss. Ask him to seize the territory controlled by that old bear, Xuanning. So long as he's able to take over the territory, then I'll give it to him to control. Your Majesty, what if Tao Yuan of Sword Demon refuses? Since he has chosen to surrender, how can he not work hard for me? Go, he's a smart man and knows how to make a choice." Yes, Daming City. In the City Lord's mansion, when Jilong learned of the Black Python region lord's order, he felt the world spin before his eyes, and he almost fell. That old bear. How can anyone dare to provoke him? Region Lord Haikong is clearly sending Senior Dao Yuan to his death. Jilong was lost. He thought that Haikong region lord treated Lin Sun differently and thought that he could get the protection of Haikong region lord from now on so that he wouldn't have to worry about survival in the future. Who would have thought that this was not the case at all? "Senior, it's not good." Jilong found Lin Sun at the first time and told him the orders of Haikong region, lord one by one, with a bitter and anxious face. The territory controlled by Haikong region, lord only occupied a small part of the territory of the Cold Sky Territory. The territory next to Haikong region lord was controlled by Xuanning region lord, one of the 10 major regional lords. Over the years, there had been more than one conflict between Haikong region lord and Xuanning region lord in order to compete for territory. The bloody battle was extremely tragic, but most of the time, Haikong region lord was at a disadvantage. In the past, there were more than 190 cities controlled by Haikong region lord, but now there were only 109 cities left. Those lost cities were almost annexed by the forces under Xuanning region lord. It was no exaggeration to say that among the 10 major regional lords, the forces under Haikong region lord and Xuanning region lord had already formed a deadly feud. In recent years, region lord Haikong had been trying to recover the lost territories, but he had been unable to achieve his wish, and this had become a sore point in his heart. Therefore, when Jilong received this order, he immediately realized that the situation wasn't good. After Jilong finished speaking of the reason, he couldn't help but say with a dejected expression, "Senior, we can't afford to offend region lord Haikong, nor can we afford to offend region lord Xuanning. In my opinion, we should flee." Lin Sun's black eyes flickered and he said, "Don't you think this is an opportunity?" Jilong was stunned. Opportunity? Lin Sun's eyes were gloomy. "Haikong wants to kill me with a borrowed knife in order to test my submission. If I die, although he may not be happy to see it, he certainly won't feel any pity. But what if I live?" Jilong smiled bitterly. "Alive? How is that possible? The forces under the command of Region Lord Xuanning are even more terrible. If we provoke them, it may be profitable in a short time, but in a long time, will Region Lord Xuanning let us go?" Lin Sun said seriously, "We are only responsible for capturing the city. If we really encounter a fatal danger, we will escape back to the territory of Region Lord Haikong. At that time, do you think Region Lord Haikong will sit back and do nothing?" Ji-lung hesitated. But isn't it too risky? Lin Sun smiled and said meaningfully, if we don't do something, how can Region Lord He Kong be determined to protect us? He added in his heart, you, Region Lord He Kong, can't get rid of this responsibility. Senior, are you really confident? Ji-lung took a deep breath and asked. Lin Sun got up, patted Ji-lung on the shoulder, and said, Ji-lung, you are a talent. This is also the reason why I didn't kill you. These days, your performance is also good. No matter what you do, at least you didn't let me catch any evidence. When Lin Sun said this, Ji-lung was already sweating all over. Only then did he realize that during this period of time, his every move had long been under Lin Sun's attention. Now, I could give you a chance. As long as you seize it, in the future, not only can you become a city lord, but also a region lord. It is not impossible. The key is whether you have enough courage. After Lin Sun finished speaking, Ji-lung trembled all over and was stunned. Region lord? Just by himself? If this was said by someone else, Ji-lung would have spat on that person's face. What a joke. He was a great saint, not even a quasi-emperor. How dare he think about the position of region lord? It was completely whimsical. But when these words came out from Lin Sun's mouth, it made Ji-lung's heart tremble, and he couldn't help but have a trace of unrealistic thoughts. He shook his head fiercely, as if trying to make himself sober up, and then he said carefully, Senior, are you really not joking? Do you think I look like I'm joking? Lin Sun looked serious. Ji-lung looked hesitant. It's just that, I'm not sure. Can you give me some advice? Lin Sun said, even if I tell you now, you won't believe it. Why don't you go to the territory of the Xuanning region with me? Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you. Think about it first. If you make up your mind, we'll set off tomorrow morning. Okay. Ji-lung hurriedly agreed. Until Ji-lung left, Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Where on earth did she go? Is it because I'm not famous enough now, so she doesn't know that I'm in the cold sky territory? Then let's go all out. At least let the name of Dao Yuan resound in the sky of the cold sky territory. The next morning, when Lin Sun woke up for meditation, Ji-lung, who had been sleepless all night, had already been waiting outside the hall. Have you made up your mind? Lin Sun stood up and walked out of the hall with a smile. Ji-lung took a deep breath and nodded. After going back yesterday, he struggled for a whole night. Finally, he couldn't resist the unrealistic ambition in his heart and made a decision. The next moment, Ji-lung took out a jade slip and handed it to Lin Sun. Senior, look, this is the map of the forces under the control of the Xuanning region. The forces of the Xuanning region cover 249 cities, and there are 59 people in the quasi-emperor realm under his command. This is his core force, and also the most frightening. Among them, there are two people worth paying attention to. One is Liu Xian, and the other is Mu Qingyang. Both of them are Zhu-ing quasi-emperors. They are notorious in the entire Cold Sky territory and the most terrifying. They are also the right-hand men of the Xuanning region. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. Zhu-ing quasi-emperor. This was too rare. Looking at the whole world, they could be said to be rare. Who would have thought that there were such people under the command of the Xuanning region? And there were two of them. Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but ask, is there another quasi-emperor under the command of the Heikong region? Ji-lung replied, yes, but there is only one, and his name is Lai Guang. Lin Sun replied, oh, and opened the jade slip that Ji-lung handed over. While reading, he said, continue. Last night, I analyzed that if we want to annex the cities under the control of the Xuanning region, the safest way is to attack from the periphery and pick some soft persimmons to pinch first. Ji-lung had obviously done his homework. At this moment, he spoke with confidence and composure and knew all kinds of information like the back of his hand. And this was also the reason why Lin Sun valued Ji-lung. Although this guy's combat strength was not good, he was resourceful and meticulous. Those trivial matters were handed to him, and he was guaranteed to be able to handle them beautifully. Senior, in my opinion, we can start from Rui Sang City first. This city is adjacent to the territory controlled by the Heikong region lord, and although the city lord Lan Jiao is a peerless saint king. Without waiting for Ji Lung to finish, Lin Sun interrupted. Let's do that. Ji Lung was stunned. He hadn't even finished analyzing the pros and cons. How could he make a decision? Lin Sun patted his shoulder and said with a smile, I'm at ease if you're in charge. Ji Lung was an old man who had experienced countless bloodshed and drifted in the darkness for many years. His temperament had long been honed to be extremely cold and tenacious. But at this moment, his heart was warm and his nose was sour. In a dark world, this feeling of being trusted was really too rare. Early in the morning, Lin Sun and Ji Lung left Daming City. In the evening, the two had already arrived at a dangerous mountain range 3,000 miles away from Rue Sang City. Woo woo woo, fierce evil spirits steamed between the mountains and rivers, and a pungent smell of blood and decay filled the air. The mountain wind whistled, and it was as cold as a knife. On the peak of a mountain, Lin Sun stood with his hands behind his back and said, The order of the dark world has collapsed and is in turmoil. Every day, there are countless massacres. With the power of a saint, he can easily destroy a city. But why are people so obsessed with seizing cities? He really did not understand. Senior, if a city is destroyed, it can still be rebuilt. Only by occupying a city can you attract the strong who wandered into the dark world to join your side. With more people, you can harvest a steady stream of cultivation resources, and then your own force will continue to grow. Ji Lung said quickly. Just like Rue Sang City, adjacent to the territory controlled by Regent Lord He Kong, it is also one of the most bloody and turbulent areas. In just the last 1,000 years, it has been destroyed more than 50 times, and the city lord who occupied the city has also changed more than 100 times. But even so, after each battle, the city will be rebuilt from the ruins, and there will also be many strong people going there. Among these strong people, most of them are desperados. The purpose of going to Rue Sang City is very simple, because there will be frequent battles here. As long as you are strong enough, the more people you kill, the more spoils you will get. In short, it is to fight for wealth with your life. There are also some strong people who want to hone their cultivation. There are very few of them, but they are also the most feared, and they are called trial takers. Chapter 2167. Trial taker. This was the first time Lin Sun had heard of such a person. Ji Lung continued. Generally speaking, the trial takers are the direct descendants of the three dark magnates, and some are the descendants of sect from other worlds on the starry ancient path. These guys regard the dark world as a trial ground and kill without any scruples. They also have many life-saving means, which makes them the most difficult to deal with. Lin Sun finally understood. Senior, although the 10 great domain lords of the domain of Cold Sky are extremely frightening, the one who can really influence and manipulate the situation in the domain of Cold Sky is the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect. Ji Lung said quickly. For example, the first domain lord of the domain of Cold Sky, Wind Massacre Demon Emperor, is an elder of the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect and has great power. So if we encounter the trial takers from the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect, we must not provoke them, or we will definitely cause a lot of trouble. Lin Sun did not comment on this. At the mention of the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect, Lin Sun thought of Quasi-Emperor Ba Qi, and there was an uncontrollable killing intent in his heart. The truth of the tragedy of the Lin family was now revealed. Yin Qingbai was just a pawn at the mercy of others, and the mastermind was Quasi-Emperor Ba Qi. And when the tragedy of the Lin family broke out, the forbidden power of order appeared, which made Lin Sun suspect that the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect was also a dog of the former nameless Supreme Emperor. Let's go. Without thinking any further, Lin Sun began to act. Ji Lung hurriedly caught up with him and couldn't help asking, Senior, are we just going to kill our way there? In his opinion, planning and preparation must be done in order to seize a city, and when necessary, it was necessary to find out the actual situation of the enemy first. But obviously, Lin Sun did not intend to do so at all. He said directly, Speed is the most important thing in war. It's just a brilliant mulberry city. Let's just kill our way there. Jilung's lips twitched. Wasn't this too simple and crude? Not long after, the huge and majestic outline of brilliant Mulberry City appeared on the horizon. The setting sun bathed the entire city in a layer of blood-like red. The city gate was open, and many cultivators were entering and exiting. Each of them was extremely powerful and fierce. Senior, there is a beacon tower in sharp Mulberry City. If there is any danger, light the beacon tower, and the experts under Region Master Xuaning's command will rush over immediately. After they arrived here, Jilung's expression became serious, and he said swiftly, "In these past few years, Region Lord Heikong has sent out countless experts with the intention of recapturing sharp Mulberry City, yet all of them returned in failure in the end. And the reason is this beacon tower. This lowly one suggests that it's best if we can control this beacon first." Lin Sun spread his spiritual awareness and instantly covered the whole surging Mulberry City. After a little sensing, he said, "Is the beacon tower you mentioned built in the city governor's mansion?" Jilung nodded repeatedly, "Yes." "Let's go." Lin Sun went straight to the city gate. On both sides of the city gate, there were two extremely fierce guards. When they saw Lin Sun appear, one of them shouted, "You look very unfamiliar. You must be new. You need to pay 5,000 Dao crystal to enter the city." Lin Sun walked forward as if he was unaware of it. Seeing that he was ignored, the guard's eyes flashed fiercely, and he suddenly grasped at Lin Sun with his palm. "How dare you break in by force? You are courting death." Bang! Before the guard's palm touched Lin Sun, he only felt black in front of him. His body seemed to be hit by a primordial bull. With a bang, he flew out fiercely, hit the city wall, embedded in the wall, and passed out. The other guard was shocked. When he was about to say something, he saw Lin Sun waving his sleeve. Bang! With a muffled sound, the guard was smashed into the ground like a wooden stake. Only his head was exposed, and he passed out with his eyes rolled. And Lin Sun had already disappeared in the city gate. Jilung stared blankly. Lin Sun really wanted to break in by force. He didn't dare to hesitate and quickly chased after him. Who was that guy? This method is too cruel. Is he here to seize the position of the city governor? Let's go and see the fun. Many strong people inside and outside the city gate were already shocked. When they saw this scene, they were all surprised but not shocked. Many people had already chased after him with the mentality of watching the fun. Because in the dark world, this kind of turbulence happened too frequently. City Governor's Mansion. Lan Jiao was sitting cross-legged in meditation. His skin was white and his appearance was elegant, but there was a lingering gloomy air between his eyebrows. As the city governor, he was famous for his exorbitant levy and insatiable greed. Since he became the city governor of Rue Mulberry City 6 years ago, the number of Tao gems collected by him every month had reached an astonishing 80 million. It should be known that the 4 cities controlled by Jilung, Nightmare, Flame Sin, Beidou, and Water Caltrip, could only collect 90 million Tao gems every month. It could be imagined how powerful Lan Jiao's means of plundering and exploiting Tao gems were. Only Lan Jiao himself knew that although he was a holy king with a strong foundation, he couldn't sit on the position of the city governor for too long. Rue Mulberry City was too turbulent. It was adjacent to the territory of the region Lord Heikong, and it was regarded as the disaster area of the war. Lan Jiao had done some statistics. In the past 1,000 years, on average, the city governor of Rue Mulberry City would meet with all kinds of accidents every 10 years. He would either be killed or become someone else's subordinate. Lan Jiao didn't dare to take this lightly. In the past 6 years, other than when he was collecting Tao gems, he almost never left his house and guarded the city governor's mansion. "You're Lan Jiao." Suddenly, an indifferent voice resounded and awakened Lan Jiao, who was meditating. He stood up, and his body emitted a terrifying aura as he shouted, "Who is it?" As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a dark blue divine flame swept out towards the beacon that was only 10 meters away from him. Lan Jiao had been very careful in the past 6 years since he became the city governor. Even if he was cultivating in seclusion, he would stay by the side of the beacon. In order to be able to light the beacon as soon as possible when danger suddenly came, he could get help from the strong subordinates of the region, Lord Xuanning. But what caused the blue WRM's expression to change was that the dark blue divine flame he released was actually extinguished without a sound before it could even reach him. And it was as if it was extinguished by a shapeless hand. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Lan Jiao moved to the void and escaped with all his strength. Lin Sun, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help showing a touch of surprise. However, he wasn't going to watch the blue serpent escape. Bang! In the next moment, the blue WRM stumbled and fell from the sky, crashing onto the ground. It clutched its head and let out a pained groan as it saw stars. That feeling was as if he had run headfirst into an iron plate while he was madly fleeing. However, compared with this pain, what made Lan Jiao feel even more disappointed was that through this blow, he completely understood how terrible the opponent was. Lan Jiao directly lowered his head and knelt on the ground. "Senior, please show mercy. I admit defeat." When Jilong followed Lin Sun and saw this scene, his eyes were fixed on Lan Jiao again. In a short period of time, Lan Jiao performed an impeccable textbook reaction in the face of a sudden crisis. First, he wanted to light the beacon at the first time. Then, he chose to escape without hesitation. When his escape route was blocked, he immediately knelt on the ground and admitted defeat. Jilong was deeply impressed by Lan Jiao's reaction speed. There was no doubt that Lan Jiao's desire to survive was really extraordinary. Just like that, you admit defeat? Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. Lan Jiao said respectfully, "If you're not strong enough, you should know your limits. I'm not as good as you, but I still want to live. How dare I resist stubbornly? Whether you're here for the position of the city governor or for the wealth I have accumulated, you can take them all. This guy is too smart." Jilong couldn't help but say, "Senior, in my opinion, it's better to kill him directly." Lan Jiao's face changed slightly, and he said in a low voice, "Taoism peer, we both make a living in the dark world. Why do you force me to do this?" Lin Sun looked down at him with a mysterious light in his eyes. "Don't be nervous. Since you admit defeat, I will give you a chance." Lan Jiao raised his head. When his eyes met Lin Sun's eyes, his mind suddenly shook violently, as if the world was turned upside down. His mind became muddled. "Chance?" He looked confused. "Yes, from today on, you can not only survive, but also continue to be the city governor of brilliant Mulberry City if you obey me," Lin Sun said in a low voice. "Okay," Lan Jiao agreed. Boom. At this moment, the turbulent power in Lan Jiao's mind suddenly calmed down, and his eyes gradually became clear. But when he looked at Lin Sun, his eyes were filled with uncontrollable fear, and he said in a trembling voice, "Thank you for your mercy, Senior. Now, hand over the wealth you have plundered over the years," Lin Sun said. "Yes." Lan Jiao opened his mouth, and a blue crystal bead emerged. This was a storage bead that could be nurtured in one's body. Lin Sun picked it up and looked at it for a while. He couldn't help frowning. "You have been a city governor for 6 years, and you have only plundered 150 million Tao gems?" Lan Jiao said respectfully, "Senior, you may not know, but 80% of the Tao gems I receive every month need to be handed over to the Lord of Xuanmeng City. The remaining 20% need to be used for various expenses. The Tao gems that can really be kept are less than 10%. This Lord of Xuanmeng City is even darker than the Lord of Heifeng City," Jilong gasped. Lin Sun put away the storage bead and said, "I will inform you when I need you to do something." After saying that, he turned around and left. Yes, Lan Jiao crouched on the ground, and he was as respectful as a humble and obedient servant. After leaving the city governor's mansion, Jilong couldn't help but ask, "Senior, what did you do to Lan Jiao just now? Why did he become so obedient?" Thinking of the scene just now, Jilong always felt that it was a little strange and abnormal, which made him panic. A little trick that targets the state of mind, called nightmare of fear, Lin Sun said casually. Lin Sun said casually without further explanation. But just the 4 words, nightmare of fear made Ji Lung's imagination run wild. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. Could it be that his state of mind had already been hit by this nightmare of fear without knowing it? Recently, there were a lot of complaints in the book review section. Goldfish felt that it was necessary to explain that there were 2 updates at the beginning of the month and 2 more updates in the middle of the month. She thought that she had been working very hard to write. Moreover, this Friday would be the 3rd consecutive day. Therefore, it was understandable that the old fans were anxious when catching up with the updates, but some of the old fans should not be malicious. Chapter 2168. Those who followed them to the Castellan's mansion to watch the fun were disappointed to find that the expected fierce battle did not break out. In just a moment, the 2 who rushed into the Castellan's mansion came out. This was undoubtedly a disappointment, but only Ji Lung knew that as long as the blue flood dragon didn't die, Ruisong City would be controlled by Dao Yuan from now on. Don't worry, I won't use the nightmare of fear on you. Walking out of Ruisong City, Lin Sun glanced at Ji Lung, who was distracted and couldn't help but feel a little funny. This guy was obviously frightened by the scene just now. Ji Lung smiled embarrassedly, but he was actually relieved in his heart. As a practitioner, the most taboo thing to do was to have problems in the state of mind. But the nightmare of fear could actually affect the state of mind. This kind of secret method was undoubtedly too horrible. In fact, the nightmare of fear was indeed a wonderful Taoism, which came from the big original Heart Sutra taught by Ruosu, the 3rd senior sister. This inheritance was regarded as one of the 9 great inheritances of Fong Siyuan Mountain, just like the fighting saint method of the eldest senior brother and the everlasting leakless of the 49th senior brother. Different from other inheritances, the big original Heart Sutra was extremely obscure, and there were many mysteries about the state of mind in it. With this inheritance, Ruosu embarked on a road of mind refining, which was different from other practitioners in the world. Almost all the Taoism recorded in this scripture was aimed at the state of mind of practitioners. For example, the nightmare of fear could sneak into the opponent's state of mind like a shadow brand, making the opponent feel endless fear when facing the caster. In addition, there was also the big dream of autumn, which could make the practitioner fall into a deep sleep and never wake up again. There was the heart-killing sword, the original heart seal, and, in a word, these wonderful methods aimed at the state of mind often had incredible power. They could kill people invisibly and were impossible to guard against. It's still early. Which city should we go to next? Lin Sun asked. Ji Lung answered without hesitation, Rock City. Before the action, Ji Lung had made all kinds of plans and preparations, and also finalized a route of action and the target to be conquered. Okay, Lin Sun nodded. 2 hours later, Lin Sun arrived at Rock City. The master of this city was called Lei Zhong, and he was a first heaven quasi-emperor. Among the many cities that the Xuan Ning region master controlled, Lei Zhong's strength was considered extraordinary. However, in just a moment, Lei Zhong directly knelt down in front of Lin Sun, who had suddenly appeared. His mind was shrouded by the nightmare of fear and covered with a layer of shadow. Up until Lin Sun and Ji Lung left, no one noticed that Rock City, a city in the territory of the Xuan Ning region, had already fallen. Who's the next target? Scarlet City. Let's go. Lin Sun didn't stop. Presently, he wouldn't even fear the appearance of some Emperor Realm figures, let alone capturing some cities. It was as easy as blowing off dust. After a whole day, the 9 cities in the territory of the Xuan Ning region, which were close to the Heikong region, fell into Lin Sun's hands silently one after another. From the beginning until the end, the outside world was completely unaware, and it didn't even cause much commotion. It wasn't until late at night that Lin Sun felt a little tired. It wasn't because of the battle, but because the journey was too long. The 9 cities that he conquered were located in different territories and were far away from each other. Dealing with enemies could be done in an instant, but rushing all the way was a rather torturous thing. Let's rest for a while. We'll act tomorrow morning. On a mountain peak, Lin Sun casually set up a large formation and began to meditate. Ji Lung sat silently at the side, his eyes absent-minded. Before he left today, his heart was filled with confusion and anxiety. Even though he had finally decided to act with Lin Sun, he didn't have the slightest confidence. How could the Xuan Ning region master be so easily provoked? However, after a whole day, his heart was already a little numb from the shock. The methods that Lin Sun displayed were too terrifying, and he still couldn't imagine how there could be such a powerful person in this world. In an instant, he could suppress the lord of a city, make him feel fear, and make him kneel and submit. Such methods were even more terrifying than the legendary ancient demons. What made Jilong feel the most ridiculous was that after one day, a whole 9 cities fell, but it didn't cause any movement or disturbance if this continued. When the Xuan Ning region master reacted, how many cities would be left in his territory that hadn't fallen? At the thought of this, Jilong's heart trembled. The means that Lin Sun showed made him suddenly realize one thing. If Lin Sun used this method to invade the territory of the Heikong region master, how could the Heikong region master notice it? The more he thought about it, the more he was in awe of Lin Sun. Who on earth was this senior? Let's go. At the break of dawn, Lin Sun got up from his meditation. After a night of thinking, when Jilong looked at Lin Sun again, there was a touch of awe in his eyes that he didn't even notice. 7 days passed in a hurry. It's almost time for us to go back. When Lin Sun said this, Jilong breathed a long sigh of relief and nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's time to go back. In these 7 days, he followed Lin Sun, traveling day and night, attacking different cities almost nonstop, successively conquering one city after another. Until now, in the territory controlled by the Xuan Ning region master, there were a total of 54 cities that had fallen. The city lords were suppressed by Lin Sun and completely surrendered. 7 days, 54 cities. This number made people tremble when they thought about it. Jilong couldn't help but suspect that when the Xuan Ning region master noticed such a big change, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. If the Heikong region master knew that all of a sudden 54 city lords chose to surrender to him, how happy would he be? Lin Sun asked. Jilong was stunned and said, "Of course he would be very happy, but I doubt whether the Heikong region master would really dare to send people to take over these cities. After all, when the Xuan Ning region master realizes it, he will definitely be furious and blame it on the Heikong region master." Lin Sun laughed. "This is not our business. Let's go." Jilong was startled, and suddenly an uncontrollable thought surged in his heart. Senior Dao Yuan did this. Was he planning to trap the Heikong region master? With a hiss, Jilong gasped. If that was the case, it would be too terrible. On the day when Lin Sun and Jilong left, there was a sudden great turmoil in the territory controlled by the Xuan Ning region master. Lan Jiao, the city lord of brilliant Mulberry City, announces that he is willing to listen to the command of Sword Devil Dao Yuan and surrender to the Heikong region master. Lei Zhong, the city lord of Rock City, announces that he is willing to listen to the command of Sword Devil Dao Yuan and surrender to the Heikong region master. Fei Lingjin, the city lord of Netherlight City, announces that Dragon Bone City, one after another, explosive news, like a hurricane, swept over the vast territory controlled by the Xuan Ning region master. For a time, this territory was in turmoil, and countless uproars sounded. Who is Sword Devil Dao Yuan? How can he have such an incredible means to make so many cities choose to betray the Xuan Ning region master in one day? Oh my God, are those city lords crazy? It's not that those city lords are crazy. This is clearly an attack by the Heikong region master. He intends to completely shed all pretenses with the Xuan Ning region master. In the next period of time, I'm afraid an unpredictable bloody massacre will take place between the forces controlled by the two region masters. Sword Devil Dao Yuan? How can an unknown guy have such great ability? He is obviously a puppet, and the mastermind behind the scenes is definitely the Heikong region master, who is hiding in the dark. Tianwu Mountain. The evil Emperor Heikong, who was cultivating in the hall, suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "Lai Guang, 7 days have passed. Is there still no news from Sword Devil Dao Yuan?" Outside the hall, A figure that seemed to be bathed in a waterfall of lightning appeared out of thin air, and he said in a deep voice, "No, Lord. According to what I see, this person has probably escaped." The evil Emperor He Kong frowned, and his eyes flickered with a cold light, and he said, "Escaped? If that's really the case, then I'm too disappointed in him. Lord, I just received news that 54 city lord in the territory of the Shui Kong Region Master have expressed their submission to you." Suddenly, a voice filled with ecstasy resounded outside the hall, and then an old servant rushed into the hall joyfully, with a face full of excitement. "What?" The He Kong Region Master was stunned, and he suddenly stood up. "Say that again." The old servant took a deep breath, restrained the excitement in his heart, and repeated the news he just received. 54 cities are pledging allegiance to him? Outside the hall, the man called Lai Guang, who was bathed in lightning, was also stunned. His eyes flickered, and he almost didn't dare believe his ears. In the territory of the Xuan Ning Region Master, there were only a total of 249 cities under his control. Now, a fifth of the cities had suddenly chosen to betray and submit to the He Kong Region Master. This was undoubtedly unbelievable. It was like a pie falling from the sky. When he finally confirmed that the news was true, the evil Emperor He Kong couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Sword Demon Dao Abyss. What a Sword Demon Dao Abyss. I didn't expect that you would give me such a big surprise in just 7 days." Even as an emperor, when he found out that over 50 city lords in his enemy's territory had chosen to submit to him, the evil Emperor He Kong couldn't help but feel elated and extremely happy. "Lord, the 54 cities have betrayed us together. The Xuanning Region Master will definitely be furious, and he might point the spear at you. Are we really going to shed all pretense of cordiality with him and take over these 54 cities?" Lai Guang spoke in a low voice outside the hall. His words caused the evil Emperor He Kong to be stunned, and he gradually calmed down from the ecstasy he had fallen into. He frowned and said, 54 city lords have chosen to submit. If I refuse, wouldn't I disappoint them? In the future, who would dare to submit to me? But if I accept it, I'll have to shed all pretense of cordiality with that old bear, Xuanning, and an all-out conflict might break out. What a headache. Chapter 2169. Master, back then, we controlled a total of 193 cities, but now there are only 109 left. Suddenly, the old servant gritted his teeth and said, "Those cities were all taken away by that old bear, Shui Yan. How can we not take revenge for such a great enmity?" Right now, the Sword Demon Dao Yuan has performed outstandingly and helped Master take back 54 cities in one go. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we refuse, not only will we disappoint those city lords who have expressed their allegiance, but we will also disappoint an extraordinary figure like the Sword Demon Dao Yuan. His words were impassioned. However, Lai Guang frowned and said, "What kind of person is that Sword Demon Dao Yuan? We have never seen him before. Who knows what he is doing now?" The old servant said angrily, "Lord Lai Guang, the Sword Demon Dao Yuan has completely offended the Shui Yin Domain Lord. Isn't this enough to show his loyalty to Master?" "Enough." The Black Kong Evil Emperor waved his hand and interrupted, "I have my own opinion on this matter. You don't have to argue anymore." Lai Guang and the old servant looked over at the same time, as if they wanted to see what kind of decision the Black Kong Evil Emperor would make in the face of such an unexpected situation. The Black Kong Evil Emperor said, "Where is the Sword Demon Dao Yuan? Why hasn't he come to see me?" The old servant and Lai Guang were stunned. Only then did they suddenly remember. That's right. Why hasn't the Sword Demon Dao Yuan come to ask for credit after doing such a shocking thing? Oomph. The He Kong Evil Emperor revealed a wisp of a cold and fierce expression. This kid silently took down 54 cities in 7 days. Logically speaking, he should have come to pay me a visit as soon as possible. Yet now, there's no trace of him. Could it be that he's blaming me for using him as a tool? The old servant hurriedly said, "It's possible. An outstanding expert like the Sword Demon Dao Yuan must be extremely conceited and proud. It is understandable that he would take this opportunity to express his dissatisfaction with Master. However, this old servant believes that with Master's methods, he will definitely be able to completely lower his head and obediently serve you. The Black Kong Evil Emperor's expression eased up a lot, and he said, "Forget it. He has done a great job this time, so I will not argue with him." But when he spoke up to this point, his eyes revealed a wisp of coldness. "Since these cities were seized by him, then I'll bestow them to him. Let's see if he has the ability to firmly control these cities." The old servant was stunned. "This," Lai Guang laughed, "Master is wise. That sword demon Dao Abyss has worked hard and performed a great service. It is only right that these cities be given to him to manage." He had long felt that something was amiss. Now, he suddenly understood. Sword demon Dao Yuan's actions seemed to be giving his master a huge gift, but at the same time, it was equivalent to completely pissing off the Blood Carnage Domain Master, and the Blood Carnage Domain Master would only vent his hatred on the Lord. His Lord's current actions were equivalent to pushing this calamity to the Sword Demon Dao Yuan. At that time, even if the Blood Carnage Domain Master killed the lords of the 54 cities, the Sword Demon Dao Yuan would be the one to blame. But with the Sword Demon Dao Yuan's strength, how can he be a match for the Blood Carnage Domain Master? The old servant couldn't help but ask. The Heikong Evil Emperor's eyes flashed as he sneered. He's quite capable to be able to take down 54 cities in a short 7 days. Let's first let him face the wrath of the Blood Carnage Domain Master. If he really can't, I don't mind lending him a hand. Master's wise. Lai Guang couldn't help but praise and agree. In his opinion, his lord's actions were undoubtedly shrewd and thoughtful. If the Sword Demon Dao Yuan thought that this would be enough to provoke his lord into a fight with the Blood Carnage Domain Master, then he was gravely mistaken. At the very least, the Sword Demon Dao Yuan would be the first to suffer. The Black Kong Evil Emperor laughed. "This little thing wants to use this opportunity to scheme against me. His mind is ruthless. This time, I want to see what other tricks he can play." The old servant was stunned. "Master, are you saying that you have already guessed that the Sword Demon Dao Yuan's actions this time are harboring evil intentions? Only now do you understand? This is what you call being blinded by greed and being blinded by greed." Lai Guang's words were full of sarcasm. The old servant broke out in a cold sweat and didn't dare to say more. He didn't expect that there were so many hidden dangers behind such a great news. The Black Kong Evil Emperor waved his hand and said, "Go and announce my decision to the outside world. Remember, you must let the old bear know that the Sword Demon Dao Yuan is the culprit. You said that the Black Kong Domain Master announced to the outside world that he had rewarded those cities to me." When he heard the news, Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. At present, he didn't return to Dong City, but waited in Ruisong City. This was the territory of the Blood Carnage Domain Master, but it was adjacent to the territory of the Black Kong Domain Master. He could return to Dong City in the shortest time, at any time. Yes. Ji Lung frowned. It's over. Who would have thought that the Black Kong Domain Master would make such a decision in the face of such a big gift? Lin Sun didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, "This old guy obviously realized that something was wrong. Perhaps he had seen through my intentions. He's not as stupid as I thought." Ji Lung's body stiffened and his expression changed. "Senior, did you really intend to use this matter to provoke a battle between the Blood Carnage Domain Master and the Black Kong Domain Master from the beginning? What do you think?" Lin Sun asked in return. Ji Lung immediately understood and his heart churned. He couldn't imagine where the Dao Yuan Senior in front of him got the courage to do such a thing. Wasn't he worried that he would be killed by the Blood Carnage Domain Master or the Black Kong Domain Master if he was careless? "Help me send a message to the 54 city masters. Let them lead their forces to the territory of the Black Kong Domain Master." Lin Sun made a decision. Now, the 54 city masters who had expressed their allegiance had already gathered in Ruisong City with their subordinates, waiting for Lin Sun's command. Ji Lung was stunned. "Senior, don't you want those cities?" "I don't care about this kind of hot potato." Lin Sun's eyes were deep. "Old Black Kong wants to take advantage of me, but doesn't want to put in the effort. How can this be? I am very loyal to him. Jiling almost suspected that he had misheard. How could he be loyal to the Black Kong domain master when he had dug such a big hole for him? Lin Sun waved his hand. Go. After this matter is done, we still have to do something to express our loyalty. At the very least, we have to let the world understand that I, Dao Yuan, wholeheartedly want to expand the territory of the Black Kong domain master. Not long after, the 54 city masters who had received the order led their subordinates to the territory of the Black Kong domain master. Old Black Kong, you can't get rid of this blame. On the city wall, Lin Sun watched the city masters leave. Then, he smiled and turned to leave. Jilong, make a plan. We will continue to attack the cities in the territory of the Blood Carnage domain master. This time, I only have one request. When we choose the target, we have to catch him off guard and make it impossible for him to determine which city we will attack next. Aren't we going to seize the cities? Jilin couldn't help but ask. Yes, the Black Kong domain master doesn't like cities. What we need to do is to set fire to the territory of the Blood Carnage domain master and prove how loyal we, the subordinates of the Black Kong domain master, are. Loyal and devoted again. Of course, Jilong didn't say this out loud. He only dared to mutter in his heart. The Blood Carnage domain master received the news faster than the Black Kong domain master. After all, this had happened in his territory. 54 cities. All of them had betrayed him. This sudden change caused the Blood Carnage domain master to immediately fall into a rage. Uncontrollable killing intent surged in his heart. The Blood Carnage domain master, whose Dao name was Demon Emperor Blood Carnage, was slightly stronger than the Black Kong domain master. He was cold, ruthless, and incomparably bloodthirsty. It was rumored that he was a descendant of the primordial giant bear lineage. He was extremely strong, and his bloodline talent was astounding. He was over 10 feet tall, and his majestic and muscular body seemed to be made of bronze liquid. Monstrous emperor aura surged from him, and when his eyes opened and closed, they were filled with extremely violent divine light. That old bastard Black Kong must be tired of living. The Blood Carnage domain master roared, his eyes red. Lu Xian, Mu Qingyang, take your men and set out with me. First, we'll destroy those traitors, then we'll settle the score with that old man Black Kong. Yes, yes. For a time, a portion of the 59 quasi-emperor generals under the Blood Carnage domain master's command stayed behind to guard the base, while the other 40 moved out with the Blood Carnage domain master. However, when they arrived at the cities controlled by the traitors with murderous intent, they discovered that the traitors had already left. They searched one city after another, but without exception, there was no trace of the traitors. Those bastards fled rather quickly. Unable to find the traitors, the Blood Carnage domain master had nowhere to vent his anger. His expression was very ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go and settle the score with that old man Black Kong. Master, be careful of any tricks." Lucien could not help but advise. He looked like a handsome and elegant gentleman, but he was a quasi-emperor Zhu Yan, who had killed countless people and whose hands were stained with blood. He had always been regarded as the Blood Carnage domain master's right-hand man. What do you mean? The Blood Carnage domain master frowned. Lucien pondered and said, "Right now, we only know that these things were done by someone called the Sword Demon Dao Abyss. We still don't know if this was the Black Kong domain master's order." The Blood Carnage domain master said impatiently, "Nonsense. Without the old man Black Kong's support, how would the Sword Demon Dao Abyss have the guts to do this?" Master is right. However, if Old Man Hei Kong is really behind this matter, it proves that Old Man Hei Kong has definitely made sufficient preparations and arranged all kinds of methods. If we rashly charge over and fall into Old Man Hei Kong's trap, before Lucien could finish, the Blood Carnage domain master had already understood. He frowned, and his expression became uncertain. Chapter 2170. Right when Regent Lord Xuanning was hesitating, someone hurriedly came to report. "My lord, I've just obtained news that Regent Lord Hei Kong has announced to the outside world that the 54 cities controlled by those traitors will be handed over to the Sword Devil Dao Abyss." The Region Lord was stunned at first. Then he laughed angrily. That damned old man He Kong. Does he really think that those cities already belong to him? He was really angry. In one day, 54 city masters betrayed and surrendered to the Region Lord He Kong. This was not the end. Now the Region Lord He Kong directly announced that the Sword Demon Dao Abyss would take over these cities. This, he clearly didn't put in his eyes. Lu Xian quickly said, "My lord, I think that the more arrogant the other party is, the more we can't be careless. At this time, we should understand the situation before making a decision. What do you think we should do?" The Region Lord's face was gloomy. Lu Xian muttered, "The traders of the 54 cities all claim to obey the orders of the Sword Demon Dao Abyss and express their allegiance to the old man He Kong. Now, the old man He Kong announced that our 54 cities will be handed over to the Sword Demon Dao Abyss. There is no doubt that the Sword Demon Dao Abyss is a key figure. As long as we capture him, we may be able to find out what the old man He Kong is planning." After listening, the Region Lord calmed down. His scarlet eyes flashed with a terrifying light. The Sword Demon Dao Abyss? Is a puppet-like character really so important? In his opinion, the Sword Demon Dao Abyss was simply a pretense that the Region Lord He Kong used. Whether it is important or not, we will know when we capture him. Lu Xian said in a deep voice, "Didn't the old man He Kong say to let him take charge of the 54 cities? I want to see if he dares to do so." The Region Lord revealed undisguised killing intent. "Well, I will leave this matter to you. I only have one request. If he is alive, I want to see him. If he is dead, I want to see his corpse." "Yes." Lu Xian accepted the order. Mu Qingyang. The Region Lord looked at a silver-robed woman on the side. "You're responsible for investigating the situation with the old man He Kong." "Yes." The silver-robed woman nodded. Her appearance was outstanding, and she was as cold and arrogant as snow. Just like Lu Xian, she had the resources of a peak quasi-emperor, and she was regarded as the right-hand man of the Xuan Ning Region Master. "Let's begin. Don't make me wait too long." Region Master Xuan Ning waved his hand. His eyes were cold. He could not swallow this insult. Someone had to pay the price. On this day, all the forces in the territory controlled by the Xuan Ning Region Master were mobilized. With the peak quasi-emperor Lu Xian as the leader, they put in all their efforts to capture the Sword Demon Dao Yuan. For a time, the name Sword Devil Dao Abyss was like a comet that flickered in the territory of Region Lord Xuan Ning, and it drew the attention and discussion of countless people. Since when did the He Kong evil emperor have such a powerful subordinate? A single person managed to make 54 city lords submit to him in a single day. This is too terrifying. How'd he do it? The Xuanning Region Master is completely enraged. A great war is about to break out. I'm afraid the Sword Demon Dao Abyss will be the first target. At the same time, in the territory of Region Lord He Kong, the incident of the Sword Demon Dao Abyss caused a great uproar. No matter what the discussion was, the name Sword Demon Dao Abyss was completely popular. It was famous in the territories controlled by the two region lords. Even in the territories controlled by the other region lords of the domain of Cold Sky, some rumors about the Sword Demon Dao Abyss began to appear. This damn thing. In the main hall of Tianwu Mountain, Region Lord He Kong's face was gloomy. He had just learned that the 54 city lords had fled to his territory with a group of subordinates. The most disgusting thing was that if he refused, it was equivalent to completely freezing the hearts of these people who had submitted to him. However, if he accepted it, it was equivalent to accepting a hot potato. What would the Xuanning Region Master think if he knew about this? I sent that kid to take over the 54 cities, but he actually dared to go against me, and threw those traitors to me. Region Lord He Kong was so angry that he gritted his teeth. This is great. His pants are smeared with yellow mud. Even if it's not SH*T, it's SH*T. That old bear, Xuan Ning, will definitely not let it go. Lai Guang said in a cold voice, "My lord, it can be concluded that this Sword Demon Dao Abyss has no intention of submitting to you. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to go against you like this. It can only be said that from the beginning, This boy has ulterior motives. Don't blame me for being impolite if he plays dirty tricks with me. Taking a deep breath, Regent Lord Hay Kong's eyes flashed with a touch of ruthlessness. He said, "Spread the news to the outside world that all this is the action of Sword Demon Dao Abyss." Before he finished speaking, Lai Guang's face changed, and he said, "My lord, you must not. Earlier, you once announced to the outside world that you would reward those 54 cities to the Sword Demon Dao Abyss. Now, no matter if it's our territory or the territory of Regent Lord Xuanning, everyone has already determined that the Sword Demon Dao Abyss is your subordinate. If you change your attitude towards him now, I'm afraid it will cause some bad effects." Regent Lord Hay Kong was startled and suddenly realized the problem. Indeed, if he dared to do this now, it would inevitably cause a lot of misunderstanding. Because in the eyes of the world, Sword Demon Dao Abyss's outstanding achievements in battle were brilliant, and he alone seized 54 cities for Regent Lord Hay Kong. At this time, if he wanted to cut ties and abandon Sword Demon Dao Abyss, how would the world view him? Regent Lord Hay Kong? In the future, who would dare to serve him loyally? Moreover, would Regent Lord Xuanning believe that he wanted to cut ties at this time? He wouldn't. Those 54 city lords had already fled to his territory now, and no matter what he did, Regent Lord Xuanning would definitely not let it go. Thinking up to here, Regent Lord Hay Kong's face was gloomy, and his chest felt stuffy as he said, "So, I can only pinch my nose and accept it?" Lai Guang said in a low voice, "My lord, this isn't a bad thing. Sword Demon Dao Abyss is acting under your banner, and the more outstanding his performance is, the more beneficial it is for you, isn't it?" Regent Lord Hay Kong snorted coldly. "When that old bear, Xuanning, goes crazy, won't it still be me who makes a move?" Lai Guang said, "My lord, with your strength, how can you be afraid of that old bear?" This subordinate feels that this is indeed an excellent opportunity. Presently, the Sword Demon Dao Abyss has already conquered 54 cities and caused a great upheaval. If we seize this opportunity to make sufficient preparations for an all-out war, then we might be able to seize back the cities we lost in the past. When he spoke up to here, Lai Guang took a deep breath. "My lord, in these past few years, we've always been at a disadvantage in the competition with the Blood Carnage Regent Lord. I know that a great deal of hatred has accumulated in your heart. Even though the Sword Demon Dao Abyss is full of tricks, he could be considered to have imperceptibly fought for an opportunity for us. It wouldn't be too late to deal with him in the future." Regent Lord Hay Kong was silent. After a long time, he sighed, "Forget it. Let's do as you say." In fact, he also knew that this was an excellent opportunity to attack, but he was really upset by Lin Sun's calculation. Black Gold Mountain. This was the base camp of Regent Lord Xuanning. "My lord, I just heard that those traitors have fled to Regent Lord Hay Kong's territory with their subordinates." In a palace, Mu Qingyang, who hurriedly returned, quickly reported, "It can be concluded that behind this series of changes, the old man Hay Kong is the culprit." I have already said that without the old man Hay Kong's support, how would Sword Demon Dao Abyss have the guts to do this? Regent Lord Xuanning's eyes revealed a fierce light. "Send the news. When Liu Xian returns, mobilize all forces to find Hay Kong to settle the score." "Yes." Mu Qingyang nodded. However, he had some doubts in his heart. With Liu Xian's combat strength and the cooperation of so many forces, he should have captured Sword Demon Dao Abyss long ago. But until now, there was no news. Could it be that there were some twists and turns? Report. Suddenly, a hurried voice sounded outside the hall. Sword Demon Dao Abyss appeared in Eagle Water City, and the wealth in the city has been looted. Regent Lord Xuanning had an expression of disbelief as he said, "At a time like this damnable bastard actually dares to cause trouble in my territory." Mu Qingyang was slightly surprised as well. Presently, everyone knew that Regent Lord Xuanning had been infuriated, and he had already dispatched Liu Xian and the others for the sake of capturing and killing Sword Demon Dao Abyss. Under such a situation, Sword Demon Dao Abyss actually didn't seem to be afraid at all, and acting recklessly in Regent Lord Xuanning's territory was no different than courting death. Report. Before Regent Lord Xuanning and Mu Qingyang could react, another hurried voice sounded out. News has come from Bluewood City. Sword Demon Dao Abyss appeared, suppressed city governor Mogan He, and plundered all the wealth in the city. Bang! Before the voice finished resounding through the air, Regent Lord Xuanning had already smashed the teacup in his hand, and he stood up abruptly with rage. This little bastard is absolutely tired of living. Where's Liu Xian? Why is he still taking action? Mu Qingyang was stunned as well. Exactly who gave Sword Demon Dao Abyss the courage to do such a daring thing? Report. Another hurried voice sounded out. Flying Moon City sent news that Sword Demon Dao Abyss has appeared. It was like a death knell, and the news that came was practically the same, and it was related to Sword Demon Dao Abyss. He's going too far. Regent Lord Xuanning was angered to the point his eyes turned red. Does that old geezer, He Kong, really think that he can turn my territory upside down just by sending out Sword Demon Dao Abyss? He fiercely ordered, Mu Qingyang, take some people and kill your way into old geezer He Kong's territory right now. Do what Sword Demon Dao Abyss did. Yes. Mu Qingyang hurriedly received the order and left. Jado City. When Lin Sun and Ji Lung walked out of the city governor's estate was in a mess since long ago, and sharp cries sounded out from everywhere. The city governor had fainted, and the wealth hidden within the estate had been completely plunged, causing Jado City to fall into upheaval. Senior, this is already the 6th city we've plundered. If nothing unexpected happens, then Regent Lord Xuanning has probably already received the news. I just don't know how infuriated he will be. Chapter 2171. Compared with the anxiety and confusion at the beginning, Ji Lung was no longer surprised by Lin Sun's incredible means. Every time Lin Sun took down a city, Ji Lung felt an indescribable satisfaction and joy in his heart. He understood that this was the feeling of conquest. Now, he was even a little obsessed with this feeling. Let's go and find a place to rest. We'll continue tomorrow. Lin Sun walked forward alone. Senior, do you want to continue? Ji Lung was confused. In his opinion, now that they had helped Region Master He Kong attract enough hatred, he didn't even need to think to know that the furious Region Master Xuanning would definitely put the blame on Region Master He Kong. Lin Sun said casually, as subordinates, we should try our best to help Region Lord He Kong. This is called loyalty. Ji Lung's lips twitched. Should he loyally push Region Lord He Kong into the fire pit? However, when he thought that he could continue to fight with Lin Sun, Ji Lung's heart was filled with excitement. A real man should carry a 3-foot sword and make great achievements in the dark and chaotic world. Of course, Ji Lung also knew that he was just a follower, but this didn't prevent him from enjoying the feeling of conquering the world. What? Suddenly, Lin Sun frowned. An inexplicable chill surged in his heart. He suddenly looked at the distant sky. Almost immediately, the sapling of the Bodhi tree quietly appeared in his palm. It was shining with green clouds. A taboo power of order that ordinary people couldn't detect swept across the sky above the cold sky territory like a storm. He's here. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep. He realized that the new nameless Supreme Venerable had probably appeared in this dark world. After thinking for a moment, Lin Sun continued to move forward. With the sapling of the Bodhi tree, Lin Sun didn't worry about being detected by the taboo power of order. But he was very clear that the new nameless Supreme Venerable appeared in the dark world for him. From the beginning to the end, Ji Lung, who followed Lin Sun, didn't notice it at all. In fact, in this dark world, not to mention a great saint like Ji Lung, even those emperors could hardly detect the change of the taboo power of order. A group of mountains appeared in front of them. They rose and fell continuously and were enveloped in surging, baleful energy. Lin Sun randomly found a mountain peak and sat down cross-legged. He planned to take a rest and continue the operation tomorrow. But not long after, he opened his eyes for meditation. He stood up and stood at the edge of the cliff. He picked up the green-skinned wine gourd and took a sip. Crash, the void in the distance tumbled, and then beams of incomparably dazzling divine rainbows appeared, transforming into figures. The one in the lead was a man in a white robe who looked like an elegant young master. When his eyes opened and closed, divine light flowed, and it was incomparably terrifying. Lucien, Jilung's expression changed abruptly. How could he not recognize that this white-robed man was one of the most capable right-hand men under the Xuan Ning Regent Master? He was a terrifying figure who had the cultivation of a peak quasi-emperor. When Jilung saw the group of people who followed Lu Xian here, his heart sank to the bottom. It was a group of quasi-emperors. There were 29 of them. "I've finally found you." Liu Xian's expression was so cold that it was terrible. His eyes instantly locked on Lin Sun. From the moment he received the order from the Xuanning Regent Master, he led people to search for Lin Sun's whereabouts. Along the way, Lin Sun's whereabouts were erratic. Every time Liu Xian failed to find him, a boiling anger and killing intent had already accumulated in his heart. Although Liu Xian had never seen him before, he still determined that the young man carrying an ancient sword case and drinking wine with a green-skin gourd was Sword Devil Dao Yuan. "You guys are really slow." Lin Sun glanced at them with a calm expression. His reaction made Liu Xian frown. He forced himself to restrain the killing intent in his heart and said, "Dao Yuan, I'm very curious. Exactly who gave you the courage to even disregard your life?" Lin Sun casually gave a reason. "As a subordinate of Lord He Tung, I naturally act under Lord He Tung's order." Liu Xian could not help but sneer. "Act under orders? Do you want to follow the order, even if Lord He Kong sent you to die?" Lin Sun suddenly smiled and said, "There is no other way. The world will understand how loyal I am to Lord He Tung in the future." The corner of Ji Lung's mouth twitched again. Liu Xian was also startled, and then his face darkened. "Death is at hand. I would like to see how loyal you are." Before his voice died away, he had already made his move. Boom! A bronze spear flowing with bright divine light appeared in Liu Xian's hand, and his imposing manner also changed, causing the world to shake and the nearby mountains and rivers to collapse one by one. "Kill!" He let out a roar. His imposing manner was like that of a god, waving the spear to kill. The power that belonged to a quasi-emperor was also vividly reflected at this moment. "Kill!" The quasi-emperors who came with Liu Xian also did not hesitate to attack. These were all ruthless people who had been floating and sinking in the dark world for many years. Each of them had experienced countless bloodshed, and their means were undoubtedly tyrannical and terrifying. When they attacked together, the world was in chaos, the sun and moon were dim, and the void was in disorder. Jilung trembled all over, his face pale with fright, and almost fell to the ground. He was only a great saint, and compared to a quasi-emperor, there was a huge gap, and he had no power to resist at all. If not for Lin Sun beside him, he would have surrendered at the first moment. And now he could only pin his hope of survival on Lin Sun, but in his heart, he was not very confident. A quasi-emperor Zhu Tung and a group of quasi-emperors in the cold sky domain. Such a force could make anyone despair. How can you be the lord of a domain in the future if you are so timid? Lin Sun's voice sounded, causing Ji Lung to be stunned and almost go crazy. "What time is it, senior? Still talking about this?" Just as the voice sounded, Lin Sun had already made his move. With a calm expression, he stepped into the void and lightly stepped on the ground. Boom! Heaven and earth became complicated, and the void in this area suddenly collapsed, as if it was being suppressed by God. The group of quasi-emperors who rushed up, as if they were being oppressed, suddenly swayed, and their attacks also showed some signs of disorder. Only Liu Xian suffered the least impact. A bronze spear tore through the void, and its power was incomparably ferocious. Lin Sun did not dodge, and when the spear attacked, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The bronze spear, which was flowing with terrifying power that could destroy the world, was firmly grasped like a snake that was grasped at its weak point. Liu Xian's pupil shrank, and he let out a roar, activating his strength with all his strength, and the bronze spear surged with terrifying, bloody divine light, which was extremely dazzling. However, no matter how hard he tried, the bronze spear still could not escape from Lin Sun's hand. Is that all you have? No wonder you can only serve a lord of domain until now. Lin Sun sighed with some disappointment. Liu Xian's expression changed abruptly, and only felt a terrifying power like a landslide and a tsunami from the spear, rushing into his body along his right arm. Boom! The next moment, blood flowed from his 7 apertures, and his body was violently shaken off. Before he could stand firm, a terrifying pressure swept over, and with a bang, he directly knelt down in the void. At this moment, his mind went blank, and his pupils were filled with horror. How? How is this possible? As a quasi-emperor, he had always been conceited, and ordinary people were nothing in his eyes. But now he was suppressed by someone. In the distance, those quasi-emperors felt their hair stand on end, and their scalps were numb. They also did not expect that an existence like Liu Xian would be so weak. Go! Subconsciously, they chose to flee without hesitation. Lin Sun waved his sleeve. Boundless bright sword qi whistled out, turning into a sword rain that covered the sky and the sun, dazzling and blazing, making the mountains and rivers dim. Ji Long had seen such a scene. At that time, it was outside Daming City. Meng Tufu and his subordinates came aggressively, but in a twinkling of an eye, they were covered by the overwhelming sword rain. When the sword qi dissipated, Meng Tufu and his subordinates all turned into blood on the ground. This time, a boundless rain of swords appeared as well. However, every single one of their targets was countless times stronger than Meng Tufu. But the result, it was the same. When the sword rain dissipated, the 29 quasi-emperors under the command of the Xue Ning region all turned into a rain of blood, falling from the void and staining the ground. There was no difference between their ending and Meng Tufu's. But Ji Long was still stunned, and his expression was dull, and his heart was in turmoil. Not a sage, not even a quasi-emperor. Liu Xian, who was kneeling in the void, felt as if he was struck by lightning, and his pupils dilated, as if he had lost his soul. 29 quasi-emperors were slaughtered in an instant. In this world, besides the emperor realm, who else could do it? But Liu Xian was sure that Yuan Duan, the sword demon, could not be an emperor realm figure. Although his aura was unfathomable, it did not belong to the emperor realm. This could only prove that Yuan Duan was the same as him, a quasi-emperor, but the combat strength he possessed was stronger and more terrifying. Jilong, if Liu Xian suddenly becomes a traitor, how angry do you think the Xuening region will be? Lin Sun's voice rang out, waking Jilong up from his shock. He blurted out, if this is the case, the Xuening region will go crazy. After saying this, Jilong suddenly realized what Lin Sun was going to do, and looked at Liu Xian in the distance with a touch of pity. This guy will probably live under the shadow of Dao Yuan in the future. Want me to surrender? Wishful thinking. Liu Xian's voice was sonorous, and his expression was resolute and ruthless. Just a moment later, he knelt there respectfully, as docile as a tamed beast, and his expression was full of awe and fear towards Lin Sun. The contrast was too great, and Jilong was dumbfounded. This was a quasi-emperor, and he could not escape the subjugation of the nightmare of fear. Lin Sun stood in the void, his clothes fluttering, and asked with a smile, Look, Jilong, we have done so much for Lord Heitong. If you were Lord Heitong, under such a situation, would you be able to resist taking the opportunity to act? P.S. Tomorrow, 3 consecutive days of outburst. Goldfish only hoped that they would add the official account of Goldfish. Open WeChat, search for the official account, Zayajinu233, and add them. There were all kinds of plot analysis articles on the official account, and in the future, there would also be all kinds of benefits in red packets. Chapter 2172. Liu Xian had betrayed and obeyed the command of the sword demon Dao Abyss to pledge allegiance to the region Lord Heikong. When this news spread out, it was like a bolt from the blue, causing a huge earthquake in the territory controlled by the region lord. Lu Xian is a supreme quasi-emperor. Why would he choose to betray? Many people were dumbfounded. The news is true. Someone saw with their own eyes that Lu Xian suddenly killed several battle generals under the region lord. This sword demon Dao Abyss is too terrifying. How did he make Lu Xian surrender? Without a doubt, a great chaos is bound to be unavoidable. In the territory controlled by the region lord, everyone was in a state of panic. Recently, the lords of 54 cities had betrayed him, causing a huge uproar. Who would have thought that in just a few days, even Lu Xian, who was regarded as one of the region lord's right-hand men, had betrayed him? This was too frightening. Black Gold Mountain. The region lord was completely enraged. He let out an earth-shattering roar. "Old He Kong, I swear to kill you." On this day, the furious region lord mobilized all his forces and attacked the territory controlled by the region lord He Kong. What? Lu Xian betrayed him? Heavenly Martial Mountain. When the evil Emperor He Kong heard the news, he was startled and found it hard to believe. Lu Xian was a great quasi-emperor, and he was also the most trusted and capable general of the Xue Ning region master. His betrayal would definitely drive the Xue Ning region master crazy. Is the sword demon Dao Abyss really so powerful? The evil Emperor He Kong's expression was uncertain. He should have been extremely happy, but he could not be happy. The reason was that the series of events that happened recently was too sudden and abnormal. It made him feel very passive. "My lord, this battle is inevitable." Lai Guang's figure appeared outside the hall and said in a deep voice, "I just received news that the Supreme Quasi-Emperor Mu Qingyang under the region Lord Xue Kong has brought a group of experts to attack our territory." The region Lord He Kong's eyes narrowed. He immediately clenched his teeth and said, "Gather all forces and declare war on the old man Xue Kong." Yes. Lai Guang received the order and left. Territory Master Xue Ning and Territory Master He Kong have started fighting. The two forces have started an all-out bloody war. The news swept across the entire realm of Cold Sky like a storm. For a time, all the other realm lords among the 10 realm lords were alarmed. An all-out battle between two region lords was an earth-shattering event. Even in the dark world, it was very rare. It was hard not to attract attention. Are they crazy? In order to fight for territory, they're willing to disregard everything and start an all-out war? Isn't he too muddle-headed? When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Aren't they worried that the other region lords will take advantage of them? Countless discussions and uproars sounded in the vast territory of the domain of Cold Sky. The other domain lords' forces were also paying close attention to this battle. They're finally killing. Ji Lung's breathing became hurried, and his expression was filled with unconcealable excitement. At this moment, he and Lin Sun had arrived at a city called Silver City. They were sitting in a restaurant and drinking wine. Along with the war between the two great forces, Territory Master Xue Ning and Territory Master He Kong, a territory of the front line like surging Mulberry City, had completely become a disaster area of the war. Everywhere was filled with the flames of war and scenes of bloody slaughter. Although a place like Silver City was extremely far from the battlefield, the people were still in a state of panic. Many cultivators had fled long ago. They didn't dare to stay at all for fear that the flames of war would sweep over and they would be affected. Lin Sun was drinking wine with a calm expression. Looking at him like this, Ji Lung suddenly had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Who could have imagined that this war that could alarm the entire domain of Cold Sky was actually planned by this young man before him? Ji Lung had a surreal feeling as if he was in a dream when he recalled the scenes of following Lin Sun a few days ago. It was too unbelievable. Lin Sun, who was drinking wine, suddenly said, "Ji Lung, I'm leaving for a period of time tomorrow." Ji Lung was startled. "Senior, where are you going?" Lin Sun said casually, "Continue to light the fire." Ji Lung was stunned. Now that the Territory Master He Kong and the Territory Master Xue Ning had already started fighting, was this not enough? Lin Sun said, "Do you still remember what I said? As long as you're brave enough, it won't be difficult for you to become a territory master in the future. Ji Lung smiled bitterly. He was just a great saint. Even if he became a territory master, he could be killed at any time. The dark world never lacked ruthless people. Lin Sun seemed to have seen through Ji Lung's thoughts at a glance. He said with a faint look in his eyes, "What if I make those who have surrendered listen to your orders? For example, with Liu Xian, ordinary people under the Emperor realm can't kill you." Ji Lung only felt a bang in his head. He completely understood and couldn't help but say in a trembling voice, "Senior, you mean to make all those who have been affected by the nightmare of fear listen to my orders?" If so, it didn't seem difficult to become a territory master. Lin Sun nodded. Ji Lung was very smart and had tricks. The only flaw was that he was too weak. But if a group of strong people surrendered and listened to his orders, it would be completely different. But what about the people in the Emperor realm? Ji Lung couldn't help but ask. Lin Sun laughed. It could be seen that Ji Lung didn't lose his mind. He said an intriguing sentence. "If the people in the Emperor realm don't get along with you, the He Kong Territory Lord will help you solve them." Just like now, the He Kong Territory Lord is fighting with the Xuan Ning Territory Lord. Ji Lung took a breath and said in a daze, "I seem to understand." An unprecedented ambition erupted like a volcano. When Ji Lung thought of the future, his blood almost boiled. "For the next few days, let Liu Xian stay by your side, listen to your orders, and protect your safety." Lin Sun got up and disappeared in the restaurant in a flash. At the same time, Ji Lung also saw Liu Xian in a silver robe like an elegant child. He didn't know when he appeared, and a pair of eyes were staring at him. Ji Lung was inexplicably flustered. "Liu Xian is here to listen to your orders." Liu Xian bowed his head and said in a deep voice. Ji Lung's expression changed for a moment, and there was a touch of determination in his eyes. "Liu Xian, from now on, you will follow me and protect me." "Yes." Liu Xian agreed without hesitation. It was also at this moment that Ji Lung deeply understood how terrifying the nightmare of terror was. Surging Mulberry City that neighbored the forces of the two region lords had long since been destroyed by the flames of war, and there were ruins and signs of destruction everywhere. 3,000 kilometers away from Surbury City, beneath the sky, bang, the heavens and the earth were in chaos. The mountains and rivers had long since been obliterated, and boundless, terrifying divine radiance swept through, causing this area to seem as if it had fallen into a calamity of the end of the world. This was the battlefield that belonged to the Xuan Ning territory and the He Kong territory lord. "Old geezer He Kong, I'll fucking kill you even if I have to risk my life this time." The Xuan Ning territory lord roared like thunder. His figure emitted monstrous blood energy, and he held an enormous axe that was coiled with lightning as he charged with all his might in a ferocious and ruthless manner. He was obviously injured, but he was still extremely formidable in battle. Every single move he made caused surging Emperor Realm laws to whistle out and crush the sky. "Old bear, if I say that all of this wasn't ordered by me, would you believe me?" The He Kong territory lord's expression was unsightly. At this point in the battle, he was already riddled with injuries. The most troublesome thing was that the Xuan Ning territory lord was obviously fighting with all his might, and it caused him to feel extremely pressured. When he thought that this battle was completely controlled by someone else, and he was only passively involved in it, the He Kong territory lord felt extremely aggrieved in his heart. The Xuan Ning territory lord roared, and he was so angry that his eyes turned red. "F***CKU, He Kong. It's already at this point, and you still won't admit it? Do you really think I'm an idiot?" Bang! As he spoke, he fiercely chopped his axe towards the He Kong territory lord. The He Kong territory lord was shaken to the point that his chi and blood surged, and he suddenly became furious. "Old bear, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Afraid? I'll kill you, despicable old bastard." For a time, the two Emperor Realm figures fought madly, and they were truly enraged. Not long after, the He Kong territory lord was injured more and more, and the Xuan Ning territory lord was also not in a good state. However, he had already risked his life, and he didn't care at all. The Haikong territory lord was anxious. He didn't want to have a life-and-death struggle, and that was not worth it. "Stop!" he roared, and his eyes almost popped out of his sockets. "I suspect that this is very likely to be the conspiracy of the Sword Demon Dao Abyss, and it's to make us die together." Conspiracy? Until now, you still won't admit it? The Xuanning territory lord flew into a rage, and his attacks became more and more frenzied. The Haikong territory lord only felt indescribably aggrieved, indescribably angry, and indescribably angry. He suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "I admit it. Okay, can you stop first? You've already admitted it, and you still want me to stop? Old man Haikong, you've gone too far." The Xuanning territory lord roared. Bang! The battle became more and more tragic, and the Xuanning territory lord was completely desperate. He waved his giant axe, and it seemed like he was going to split the world and sweep the world. From afar, Lin Sun, who had just arrived, saw this scene, and his eyes couldn't help but become a little strange. The Haikong territory lord probably hated him to death in his heart. "Yi, it's time for you to make a move." Lin Sun sent a thought. Clang! The bronze sword box on Lin Sun's back produced a roar, and like a ray of bright light, a leaf suddenly swept out and disappeared. The next moment, the furious Xuanning territory lord suddenly stiffened, and his attack also showed a trace of stagnation. Clang! At the same time, the halberd in the Haikong territory lord's hand was blocked by a sword chi, and his figure suddenly staggered back. "Who?" The Haikong territory lord's face suddenly changed. Then he saw the Xuanning region master's body, which was as sturdy as a mountain, fall straight down from the sky. He smashed into the ground headfirst, causing countless gravel and dust to fly everywhere. The Haikong territory lord felt a chill in his heart, and he turned around to escape. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. "Subordinate Dao Yuan has come to pay a visit to Lord Haikong." This sentence resounded in this chaotic and turbulent world, causing the figure of the Haikong territory lord to stop, and his face suddenly became as black as the bottom of a pot. Chapter 2173. In the distance, a young man stood in the void. His clothes were neat and clean, and he was as ethereal as an immortal. "You are Tao Abyss of Sword Demon." Although Haikong's face was gloomy, he was surprised and doubtful in his heart. The sudden suppression of Lord Xuanning brought him a great shock. He didn't need to think about it to know that it must be done by the young man in front of him. This made Haikong's heart full of fear. Lin Sun smiled and said, "Yes, it's me." The moment he heard the word subordinate, the Black Sea region lord felt annoyed and depressed in his heart, and his expression became even more unsightly. He took a deep breath and resisted the urge to slap Lin Sun to death. He said, "I don't have such a capable subordinate like you. Tell me, what are you plotting by doing so many things in my name?" Lin Sun smiled and said, "Of course I want to expand your territory and make great achievements." Veins bulged on Haikong's forehead. He gritted his teeth and said, "Really? I didn't expect you to be so loyal." Lin Sun said modestly, "You flatter me." Haikong felt that if they continued to talk like this, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. He took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, "Don't beat around the bush. If you continue to hide, don't blame me for being rude." Lin Sun smiled and asked, "Do you dare?" At this moment, Leaf turned into a bright light and fell on Lin Sun's shoulder. He said in a calm voice, "What should I do?" Lin Sun looked at Haikong, who was at the second level of Emperor Realm and was seriously injured. Such a guy could be suppressed with one blow. Being stared at by Leaf, Haikong shivered all over and felt a chill in his heart. He finally understood why the young man in front of him was so confident. Lord Haikong is a good man. He is willing to take me in as his subordinate, which is full of courage and righteousness. Lin Sun looked serious, so I decided to do more things for Lord Haikong in the future. I must make Lord Haikong famous in the Cold Sky territory so that everyone knows about him. A strong sense of foreboding welled up in the heart of Region Lord Haikong, and he angrily said, "What exactly do you want to do?" "Lord, there's no need to panic. I've come here with the hope that you're ready. In the future, all the forces in the Cold Sky region will respect you. Only then can I express my gratitude. After saying that, Lin Sun left with a smile. Stop! Region Lord He Kong shouted loudly. He was shocked and furious at the same time, and he felt that something was off. My lord, this subordinate will give you a bright future. You can't do anything stupid that you think is infallible. Lin Sun walked away without looking back. At this moment, Region Lord He Kong was so impulsive that he wanted to make a move several times, but he restrained himself in the end. He didn't dare. The lesson of Region Master Xuanning was still fresh in his mind. This sword demon Dao Abyss. Who exactly is he? After a short while, Region Lord He Kong finally calmed down, and a wisp of gloominess appeared on his face. He suddenly felt that he'd fallen into a shapeless net, and he was unable to break free. On this day, Region Lord He Kong killed Region Master Xuanning and won a complete victory. He annexed the territory originally controlled by Region Master Xuanning in one fell swoop. As soon as the news came out, the whole Cold Sky region was in an uproar. For ordinary practitioners, it didn't matter if they changed to another region lord. As long as they made a living in the dark world, they were doomed to be exploited. But to the other region lords of the 10 region lords, the great victory of the Black Sea region lord had a completely different meaning. This meant that from today on, the situation of 10 region lords coexisting in the Cold Sky region had become history. In the future, there would be 9 region lords coexisting in the Cold Sky region. And Region Lord He Kong, who had annexed the territory of Region Master Xuanning, had more than doubled his power. The power he possessed was no longer comparable to before. When did this old man He Kong become so fierce? Has his cultivation broken through and stepped into the 3rd level of the Emperor realm? Some region lords were surprised and doubtful. His power has doubled, and the tribute he gets every month is an astronomical figure. In this way, the cultivation resources owned by this old man He Kong will also become more abundant. Some of them frowned and were afraid. The order of the dark world had collapsed and was in chaos. Coupled with the thin chi of heaven and earth, it was fine for ordinary practitioners. But for Emperor Realm practitioners, this extremely harsh environment could not satisfy their cultivation needs. For example, each of the 10 domain lords of the domain of Cold Sky controlled hundreds of thousands of cities, and every domain lord could collect hundreds of millions of Dao crystals every month. But for Emperor Realm practitioners like them, these doctrine crystals had to be handed over to the divine, illuminating ancient sect. Only in this way would they have the opportunity to exchange for cultivation resources from the divine, illuminating ancient sect that could be called treasures to satisfy their cultivation needs. In short, if ordinary practitioners wanted to survive in the dark world, they had to enter a city and pay doctrine crystals in order to obtain protection. Every city lord also had to pay tribute to obtain the recognition of the region lord. For their own cultivation, the region lords also had to pay tribute to exchange for the cultivation resources they needed from the divine, illuminating ancient sect. In this way, there is no doubt that the divine, illuminating ancient sect stood at the top of the food chain and benefited the most. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the divine, illuminating ancient sect was as one of the 3 giants of the dark world. This was just the Cold Sky region. It should be known that the dark world had a total of 33 territories. For the region Lord He Kong, the expansion of his territory meant that he could have more doctrine crystals to exchange for the cultivation resources he needed from the divine, illuminating ancient sect. This was the reason why the other region lords were afraid of the dark world. In a word, this time the region Lord He Kong annexed the territory of the region Lord Shui Kong, which was of great significance. But the region Lord He Kong himself couldn't be happy. At the thought that all this was calculated and arranged, the region Lord He Kong even felt an indescribable chill. The sword devil Tao Abyss, what on earth was it going to do? He couldn't figure it out. It had only been a month since Lin Sun arrived in the dark world. A month ago, when he entered the Great Peng City, he was regarded as a fat sheep that had just arrived and caused some small disturbances. A month later, the name of the Sword Devil Tao Abyss shone like a dazzling comet in the territories controlled by the Region Lord He Kong and the Region Lord Shui Kong. Many people thought that if there was no such a capable subordinate like the Sword Devil Tao Abyss, it would be impossible for the Region Lord He Kong to annex the territory of the Region Lord Shui Kong. Many people sighed that the Region Lord He Kong had great means. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to cultivate such an outstanding subordinate like the Sword Devil Tao Abyss. In short, although Lin Sun was famous, his reputation was attached to the Region Lord He Kong. Without the support of the Region Lord He Kong, the Sword Devil Tao Abyss would not be able to rise in the Cold Sky region so quickly. And this view was also what Lin Sun was happy to see, because only by spreading the name, the Sword Devil Tao Abyss, could she find him as soon as possible. But similarly, the tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. If the name was too famous, it was bound to cause a lot of unnecessary trouble and disturbances. After all, the new nameless supreme sovereign had arrived in the heavens, and it was still uncertain whether the purple-clothed woman, Yin Xing, was killed by she. Because of this, when Lin Sun became famous, he immediately thought of letting the Region Lord He Kong take the blame. In this way, his reputation would spread, but the world would only think that his rise was inseparable from the support of the Region Lord He Kong. Even if the Region Lord wanted to find trouble with him, the Region Lord He Kong was also an excellent shield. This was Lin Sun's core intention. It was not that Lin Sun was evil and blindly harmed the Region Lord He Kong, but at the beginning, it was the Region Lord He Kong who took the initiative to make him surrender. In short, the Region Lord He Kong brought this upon himself, and Lin Sun was happy to push the boat along with the current. However, now Lin Sun had another idea. Among the three dark giants, whether it was the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect or the Hidden Land Realm, they all had a deep hatred with him. In the past years, whether in the Ancient Desolation Realm or on the Starry Sky Ancient Road, as long as the descendants of the two dark giants appeared, they must come to kill Lin Sun. In this regard, how could Lin Sun not bear grudge? Moreover, Lin Sun would not forget that the culprit behind the bloody case of the Lin family was Ba Qi, the quasi-emperor of the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect. At present, the Cold Sky territory could be said to be a territory controlled by the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect. Even the 10 region lords had to rely on the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect to survive. If the Cold Sky territory was turned upside down, could the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect still sit still? Lin Sun wanted to give a try. However, just as Lin Sun was about to take action, an order issued by the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect spread throughout the Cold Sky territory at an incredible speed. The content of the order was very simple. All the major forces in the Cold Sky territory were ordered to search for the whereabouts of Lin Sun, the descendant of the Mind Mountain in the entire Cold Sky territory. As soon as the news came out, the Cold Sky territory caused a sensation. The reason was that this order came with an extremely attractive reward. Just by providing some valuable clues, one could get a reward of 1 billion Tao gems. If they could capture Lin Sun, the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect would give them even more generous rewards. No matter what the request was, as long as it was within the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect's ability, they would all be satisfied. 1 billion Tao gems might not be enough to attract the attention of the emperors, but the generous reward from the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect was enough to tempt them. Such news and such an order were not only spread in the Cold Sky territory, but also in the other 32 realms of the Dark World almost at the same time. In other words, the order to capture and kill Lin Sun, the descendant of the Mind Mountain, was issued in the entire Dark World within a day. The meaning behind this was far too unusual. Who could be so generous as to mobilize the power of the entire Dark World just to deal with one person? When Lin Sun received this news, the first person that came to his mind was the new venerable Emperor Nameless. At about 6 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 2174. The Dark World was a chaotic and turbulent place. Its territory was comparable to that of the Hongmeng world. Here, crooks mixed with honest people, there were many forces and there were many ferocious people who were wanted by the outside world. But now, an order had been issued that mobilized all the forces of the dark world to hunt down a single person. This in itself was inconceivable. It should be known that most strong people fled to the dark world to take refuge. But now, even the dark world wanted to put a person on the wanted list. This was unbelievable. What kind of crime did that person commit to receive such special treatment? Only Lin Sun himself knew why. However, he was not worried about anything. With the Rui Taoist robe, given by senior sister Rua Su, coupled with the Tao doppelganger that he possessed, even if an Emperor Rel person came, it would be impossible to recognize his identity. In this vast and boundless dark world, as long as he wanted to hide, no one could find him in a short time. On this day, when the dark world was shocked by the order to arrest Lin Sun also left the territory controlled by Regent Lord Haikong. From beginning to end, it seemed that he was not affected at all. Tianwu Mountain. When receiving the order to arrest Lin Sun, Regent Lord Haikong was thinking gloomily. That guy said that in the future in this cold sky territory, all the forces will respect me. What does he want to do? Does he want to use the same trick as he did to Regent Lord Xuanning? Thinking of this, Regent Lord Haikong's lips twitched. He swore that he would not be fooled again this time. After taking a deep breath, Regent Lord Haikong opened the jade slip in his hand. The jade slip recorded the wanted order for Lin Sun, and some detailed information about Lin Sun was displayed on it. Identity: successor of Mind Mountain Cultivation. Quasi-Emperor Zhu Shi Combat Strength. Rank first on the Great Sage list, defeated Mi Wuya, the first on the King Sage list, and killed an Emperor Realm person with his trump card. Seeing this, Regent Lord Haikong was shocked and couldn't help but click his tongue. This guy was absolutely a person who defied the natural order. No wonder he was wanted all over the world. Even if he escaped to the dark world, there was no place for him. This kind of person was really too dangerous. Continue reading. This kid was good at disguising himself, and he was decisive in killing. He could capture anyone suspicious and pick them out one by one. There's also a portrait of Lin Sun in the jade slip. Seeing this, Regent Lord Haikong couldn't help but sneer. How could such a heaven-defying and ruthless person who was proficient in disguise be so easy to capture? So what if they found him? Just the trump card in his hands was enough to kill an Emperor Realm expert. Who would be foolish enough to risk their lives against such a person? For the Divine Illumination Ancient Sect to offer such a generous reward, it was obvious that they knew that not just anyone could capture this brat. Thinking of this, Regent Lord Haikong was about to put away the jade slip when he suddenly froze. He thought of someone. That person was also a Quasi-Emperor Zhuing, and he also had a trump card that could suppress the Xuan Ning Region Master. Although his appearance was different from the portrait of Lin Sun in the jade slip, the information said that Lin Sun was extremely good at disguising himself. Sword Demon Dao Abyss. Pah! The jade slip in his hand was crushed. Regent Lord Haikong's face completely changed. Could it be really him? Regent Lord Haikong's expression was uncertain. After a while, he suddenly burst into laughter. His voice shook the hall, filled with indescribable joy and joy. I don't care if you are the descendant of Fangsuan Mountain or not. I believe you are. Since you dared to plot against me, I will teach you a lesson this time. Regent Lord Haikong took a deep breath and decided to immediately pass this news to the first Regent Lord of the domain of Cold Sky, Wind-Slaying Demon Emperor. Wind-Slaying Demon Emperor was an elder of the Divine Illumination Ancient Sect, so it was best for him to report this matter. At that time, I would like to see how you will escape this great disaster. Regent Lord Haikong stood up and said in a deep voice, "Come in." Outside the hall, a figure walked in. "What can I do for you, Lord?" It was just a voice, but made Regent Lord Haikong's body stiffen. He looked up and immediately revealed a look of disbelief. "Sword Demon Dao Yuan, how could it be you?" The figure was tall and handsome. It was Lin Sun. He smiled and said, "I heard that the Dark World is now searching for the descendant of Fangsuan Mountain, Lin Sun. I am worried that you are thinking too much, so I came to see." After saying that, Lin Sun sighed in his heart. Originally, he planned to let Regent Lord Haikong take the blame, But who would have thought that a wanted order would disrupt his plan? Fortunately, in the month that he entered the dark world, the only one who would really have doubts about his identity was Regent Lord He Kong. This hidden danger was easy to solve. So Lin Sun came. What do you mean? Regent Lord He Kong's expression changed. Lin Sun casually said, "My lord should have seen that warrant, right? Could it be that you do not suspect that the successor of Fengsun Mountain, Lin Sun, was able to defeat the Xuan Ning Regent Lord as a peak quasi-emperor? Is it really you?" Regent Lord He Kong looked surprised. "Don't pretend. You've already guessed it, right?" Lin Sun sneered. "If my guess is right, you must be planning to inform the Dark World first, right?" Regent Lord He Kong's heart sank to the bottom, but he forced a smile and said, "Dao Yuan, I only know that if it weren't for you, it would be impossible for me to annex the territory of Regent Lord Xuan Ning so smoothly. You are a great benefactor to me. How could I do such a despicable thing?" After a pause, he said firmly, "What's more, I don't believe that you are the descendant of Fengsun Mountain, Lin Sun. If you don't believe me, I can swear to God." Lin Sun said, "I don't believe in oaths." "Then, how can you believe me?" Regent Lord He Kong's whole body was tense, like a fully drawn bow. "If you surrender, I will believe you," Lin Sun said seriously. Before his voice died away, Regent Lord He Kong in the distance suddenly attacked. He exhausted all his strength, as if he was desperate, not daring to have a trace of reservation. After witnessing the scene of Regent Lord Xuan Ning being suppressed, Regent Lord He Kong had long realized the horror of Lin Sun. Boom! His figure rushed out and moved in the void. The power of the Emperor realm was overwhelming and incomparably fierce. He didn't want to kill the enemy, only to be able to escape. But halfway, a dazzling and gorgeous sword chi swept out, extremely fierce, and flashed gently in the void. Puff! A bloody sword mark was torn on the body of Regent Lord He Kong, and he was almost cut in half. Blood spurted out like a waterfall. He raised his hand and pressed, and Regent Lord He Kong was suppressed to the ground and imprisoned. From beginning to end, he was as weak as an ant. Of course, this was not because he was not strong enough, but because the combat power possessed by Yi was far above him, and Yi had the absolute power to crush him. He showed a look of horror and disbelief. Even he couldn't resist this sword? Lin Sun, should we kill him? Yi fell on Lin Sun's shoulder and asked. Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, "He still has some use, so we can imprison him for the time being." As he spoke, Lin Sun stepped forward, picked up the seriously injured and imprisoned Regent Lord He Kong, and stuffed him into the Great Way without End Tower. Then, Lin Sun shook his body and transformed into the appearance of Regent Lord He Kong, and the Rui Taoist robe on his body also transformed into a black robe. Then, he walked out of the hall slowly. "From today on, I will be in seclusion for a period of time. If there is no urgent matter, no one is allowed to disturb me. Besides that, I've already ordered the Sword Devil Dao Abyss to move out and do something great. All of you will be clearly aware of exactly what it is after a period of time. I only have one request, and Sword Demon Tao Abyss represents my will." It didn't take long for the voice of Regent Lord He Kong to resound throughout the Tianwu Mountain and was heard by his subordinates. For a time, the whole Tianwu Mountain was restless. No one felt that it was abnormal for Regent Lord He Kong to be in seclusion. What made them restless was that no one expected Regent Lord He Kong to value Sword Demon Tao Abyss so much. It was obvious that he regarded Sword Demon Tao Abyss as his confidant, but no one dared to question it. Sword Demon Tao Abyss had made great contributions in the annexation of the territory of Regent Lord Xuan Ning. This was a brilliant military achievement that was obvious to all, so it was natural for it to be valued. Lin Sun stayed in Tianwu Mountain for 2 more days until he was sure that the death of Regent Lord He Kong did not cause any disturbance, and then he left quietly. Lin Sun thought that after receiving the new order from the Nameless Supreme Emperor, there would be a murderous atmosphere in the Cold Sky territory. At least, the major forces would send various forces to carry out actions. But the fact was completely beyond Lin Sun's expectation. After many days of observation, after leaving the territory of Regent Lord He Kong and traveling to dozens of cities, he realized that the order to arrest him was indeed causing a ruckus, but it was all bark and no bite. Not to mention those major forces, even the lords of each city were most concerned about one question: survival. This was the world of darkness in the end, and it was filled with unrest and danger. Slaughter occurred frequently, and it was already extremely difficult for those experts to survive. So who would issue a warrant for a person that was completely unrelated to them just because of an order? Of course, discussions about Lin Sun, the successor of Mind Mountain, could still be seen everywhere, but they were limited to chatting. This was the dark world. No matter how tempting the reward of Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect was, in the face of a wanted criminal who could kill an emperor, people directly extinguished the idea of searching for him. Even the region lords had merely taken some insignificant actions. For them, it was obviously a thankless task to arrest such a ruthless character who was not only good at disguise, but also incredibly powerful. It was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. This made Lin Sun realize that unless his identity was exposed and he left valuable clues, at least in this cold sky territory, he didn't have to worry about being hunted down. When there is no retreat, the dark world is the only way out.